Okay. See, we're still waiting. Oh, there's Jason. I think that's 1, 2, 3. I think that's all of us. All right, with that, I would like to call this meeting to order and welcome everyone. And it is now 1 o'clock exactly. How about that? And I do confirm we have full attendance, so isn't that tickety-boo? I would like to before we start the meeting, I would like to respectfully acknowledge that we are on the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe under the terms of the Robinson-Huron Treaty number 61 of 1850 and the Williams Treaties of 1923. We commit to acknowledge, learn, educate, create opportunity, honor sacred places, and take actions toward real truth and reconciliation in support of our commitment to walking the path together in respect, peace, and harmony for future generations. And with that, I do have a motion. It has been moved by Councillor Armour, seconded by Councillor Wiebe. It is recommended that the Planning Committee agenda dated January 18th, 2022, how about that, 2022, be hereby adopted as printed and circulated. All those in favor? And that's carried. Are there any pecuniary interests? Seeing none, I will move to the public meeting. Before I start, though, I just, for members of committee, I have another commitment that I have to leave this meeting approximately 3 o'clock. I'll try and find the right time in between agenda items. So it's for a good transition for our vice chair. So with that, I'd like to welcome everyone to the public portion of the meeting to consider applications to amend zoning bylaw 2008 66P pursuant to section 34 of the Planning Act. The procedure of the public meeting will be as follows. A brief explanation of the purpose and effect of the application and any correspondence received to date will be given by staff. The applicant or their representative will be asked to provide any additional comments without repeating the information already outlined by staff. Any members of the public present will then be permitted to ask questions or provide comments respecting these applications. Committee will then have the opportunity to question the applicant, the planner, or anyone giving presentations. Once the public meeting is concluded, the input received and proposed amendments will be considered by committee and council. Any persons making representation are requested to first state their name and mailing address. Please note that presentations are limited to 10 minutes. Please be informed that an appellant must provide an oral submission at the public meeting or written submission prior to the passage of the zoning bylaw. Otherwise, the Ontario Lands Tribunal may dismiss the appeal. If you wish to be notified of the passage of a zoning bylaw, you must file either with the recording secretary or with the clerk a written request for notification prior to the passage of the proposed zoning bylaw. Each notice of complete application and public meeting included an explanation of the purpose and effect of the proposed amendment, and notice was required to be posted at the subject lands. Notice was therefore considered to have been provided in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act and applicable sections of the Huntsville Official Plan. And with that, I would ask that I will turn it over to our planner, Kelsey Shadlock, to deal with our first item, Z32, 2021. Should that be 2022? 2021 HT, Huckle 938 Jones Lane. That, over to you, Kelsey.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and nice to see you all in 2022. I'll just sort out my screen. And everybody's able to see that? Great. So thank you again, Madam Chair. Through you, the subject property is located at 938 Jones Lane. The lot is designated waterfront and is zoned shoreline residential 1. The applicant is proposing to construct an addition with an attached garage to an existing non-complying dwelling. Please note that there were two mistakes in the requested reliefs that are highlighted. The relief being requested is 15 meters, not 19 meters. The 19 meters was referred to in the notice and the report. The error was noted after the report was issued, so I've just highlighted that here. To permit the proposed addition, the application would change the zoning from shoreline residential 1 to shoreline residential with exception. The reliefs in the exception would cover the following. So I've just animated these in the slide. So to recognize the 31.1 cumulative width of the amenity area, whereas only 7.5 is permitted. To recognize the existing 6-meter front yard setback for the uncovered deck. To recognize the 2.2 westerly side yard setback for the uncovered attached deck. To recognize the front yard setback for the hot tub. To reduce the front yard setback from 20 meters to 8.6 meters for the front covered porch addition. To increase primary lot coverage from 10% to 17%. To reduce the easterly side yard setback from 6 meters to 2.3 for the garage addition. To reduce the westerly side yard setback from 6 meters to 4.8 for the covered porch addition. And to reduce the front yard setback from 20 meters to 15 for the garage addition and rear porch addition. Oops, sorry about that. Just gotta. And to reduce the setback from type 1 fish habitat to 30 meters from 30 meters to 8.6 meters to cover for the covered porch addition, and from 30 meters to 15 for the remaining addition. So I've highlighted the areas where there's proposed development in these red bubbles. And then the applicant has also proposed to move the setback, the septic, where the detached garage is currently placed, which would now be 30 meters back from the waterfront. I hope that wasn't too much, but it's all illustrated there. So looking at the official plan policies, constraint mapping identifies type 1 fish habitat and flood-prone lands abutting the proposed development. The proposed development appears to be above the regulatory flood elevation, reducing the risk to flood hazard. However, respecting type 1 fish habitat, existing development is currently within the required setback for type 1, and new development will further encroach. Please note when outlining this area in the report sections were wrongly quoted as section C when they were supposed to be section B. To address the proposed reduction in type 1 fish habitat and cold water lake setbacks, a fish habitat assessment was completed by Riverstone Environmental Solutions. The report concluded the proposed development has the potential to reduce productivity and damage fish habitat. However, there is low likelihood of negatively impacting the fish and fish habitat on or adjacent to the subject property if appropriate mitigation measures are implemented. The assessment recommends construction mitigation measures as well as maintaining and enhancing the shoreline buffer through continued naturalization. Despite the mitigation measures proposed, the waterfront will primarily remain manicured landscape, with the substantial amount being hardscaped within the 15-meter shoreline buffer. With further encroachments into the water setback and type 1 fish habitat, the official plan also discusses proponents using compensating measures designed to sustain or enhance the integrity of the shoreline area. That would result in a net improvement to the environment. However, staff feel that this current proposal has not adequately demonstrated how these policies are to be addressed. The applicant has not proposed removal of any hardscaping or portions of the retaining wall to bring the property into further compliance with the official plan policies. Additionally, the placement of the addition further constrains the opportunity to renaturalize the shoreline and create a net improvement for the environment and water quality. This undersized lot with an easement running through it and existing non-compliant structures is highly constrained. The proposed development would exacerbate, this situation would be exacerbated by the proposed development. And looking at the provincial policy statement and its policies related to wide uses of resources, which include provisions to restrict development adjacent to sensitive hydrological features, natural heritage features, and wildlife habitat, this proposal would appear not to meet the provisions as the proposal does not adequately mitigate impacts to type 1 fish habitat. The application was circulated in accordance with the Planning Act and to the Fairy Lake Association. The District of Muskoka provided comments, which were attached to the report package. They also noted that a portion of the garage is on an easement. The applicant has noted that the easement is currently unused, and the intent is to go through a process to release the easement. However, at this point, this is through verbal agreement and has not been formalized through any process through the town or legally. The Fairy Lake Association comments indicated concerns with the overall coverage increase, recognition of non-complying structures in the shoreline buffer, and fish habitat protection. Letters of support were also provided and were within the report package. Through staff's review and analysis, the application would appear not to conform with the intent of the official plan or be consistent with the provincial policy statement. Therefore, staff are recommending denial. Please note, depending on how a committee decides to move forward with this application, there would need to be an amendment to address the 19 meters being written in the recommendation instead of the 15. Thank you so much, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that, Kelsey. At this point, I would ask if the applicant or the applicant's representative would like to come forward and speak to this application.
The applicant or their representative, a reminder to use the raise hand button or press *9 if they're connected by phone to indicate they would like to address committee. And Chair Alcock, I do see one hand raised. Please note that during the transition, your video panel will be momentarily interrupted. Once you've been added to the meeting, your video will appear in the committee member panel. Please have your microphone and video, if possible, turned on before you begin speaking, and confirm your name and mailing address.
Good morning, good afternoon. John Gallagher, 24 Hibbard Road, Huntsville, P1H 1C9. And I'm here today with Al Shaw and Kevin Huckle, the owner of the property. This existing property is a legal lot that is recognized as such under the bylaw. It also has a house that is legal non-conforming. It was built prior to changes to the bylaw, and a building permit was issued, and there have been no orders against my client over the last 18 years of his ownership. The same applies with the retaining wall along the water. I want to make it clear that this is unlike another application heard recently. This rock wall was built in accordance with the bylaw at the time. There wasn't these requirements previously. So we're not dealing with a new rock retaining wall. We're dealing with one that predates this section of the bylaw. I think it should be noted that the existing development has a combined coverage of 15.2% existing. Of that, 2% is the dock, and that's the only shoreline structure. We're not proposing any shoreline work, no additions to the dock, boathouse, or any of that, which would leave the existing principal at 13.2%. And we're asking for a 4% increase. given the small size of the lot, that would represent about 900 square feet, of which 450 of that is a covered porch at the back of the building. The purpose of the application was to try, and I'll also note that the existing septic system is about 15 meters from the water and was legally built there as well. The purpose of the application is to remove the existing garage and build an addition onto the house that will house a garage and additional living space for the applicant. These plans have been designed and prepared by Carrie Bison Associates, and they take into account the existing structure and its location on the lot, existing roof lines, etc. The lot itself is only 40 meters deep with a 10-meter setback for the rear yard. That basically wipes out any potential for any development. Existing location of the building is built where it was and is legal. The staff requested a fisheries assessment as part of this application, and my client engaged Riverstone Environmental to come up with a plan for naturalization and revegetation of the site. In the official plan, the lands are in the Hidden Valley Recreational Resort Residential category. And as such, the use of residential is permitted, and there have been similar exceptions for lot coverage along this stretch of Jones Lane or Jones Road. It should be noted that in the staff report, there is the one clause B 3.1.6, and it speaks to the protection and naturalization of the shoreline. And what it says after you go through, it's strongly required to protect the riparian and littoral zones and associated habitat. B, prevent erosion, siltation, and nitrate migration. Now, in this case, not only these lands had had a retaining wall for a number of years prior to my client buying it, lands on either side of it also saw erosion. And we all know that siltation from erosion would do probably more harm to the fish habitat. That clause goes on to state that when it's in the community settlement area, the target of the 75-25 should be achieved to the extent possible. It says where they cannot be met, a net improvement over the existing situation is required. And so when we came up with a plan, we tried to keep the addition back 15 meters so that we weren't encroaching further into the shoreline buffer area. There are some existing significant trees in that area, as well on the north and south property boundaries. In Al's report, and he'll speak to it in a bit, he has made some recommendations for plantings and naturalization and utilization of natural species. There are some garden-like species there. And so the intent would be to change things up along the shoreline there. The addition itself is back further than the existing cottage, the front line of the cottage. And we are constrained because of the depth of the lot. It's only 40 meters deep. One of the items that didn't appear in the staff report or in the comments from the Ferry Lake Association was the net improvement over taking a septic system from 15 meters and moving it back 30 meters and new construction of a septic system. We think that that has a huge benefit given the current direction of maintaining a 30-meter setback as opposed to a 15-meter setback. Al Shah is proposing natural species. I'll let him speak to his stuff. The official plan goes on to speak to having parking tucked to the rear, which that would be the case in this situation. The height of the building is no greater than the height of the existing dwelling. It fits into the scale along this stretch of shoreline in Jones Lane. There are no dwellings to the rear of the property. It's the farm of the old Jones farm. And of the 900 square feet, 450 of it is about covered porch at the rear of the building. The location of the addition as it abuts the northerly side yard is approximately 30 meters from that dwelling. The neighbors on all three sides have provided letters of support for this application. And the lot is a legal lot under the requirement of the existing lot of record. The application was identified in the district official plan in the Hidden Valley area. District staff have provided their letter of support with respect to the application. And this area has transitioned over time from seasonal to year-round dwellings. And it's also allowed for an upgrade to dwellings and outdated septic systems. It has a positive effect on the lake water quality, and it is an area that's identified for residential growth. There are no municipal services envisioned for this area. The lot coverage is only 4% greater than what currently exists. And as I stated before, a good portion of that is tucked to the rear of the dwelling. We've maintained our height requirements so that we're not asking for exceptions with respect to that. A number of the items in the requests look quite scary when you see it, but a lot of them are recognizing existing legal setbacks for the property. I think I will say that we've tried to achieve goals, but we do have an erosion issue, and we do have what makes this application different is that it is a legal shoreline structure, and we aren't proposing any changes. We're not planning on expanding it or anything as such. And I think that has to be given some credit. And so we get to the point where if committee wants to, take a look at this and rework this, again, we have no direction as to what constitutes a net improvement. If we've put forth moving a septic system and replanting in accordance with the official plan, and that's not satisfactory, then we would need direction on what would be considered satisfactory and a net improvement. I think I'll turn it over to Al for now. I'd be glad to answer any questions should you have any. And I think Mr. Huckle also wanted to say a few words as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, John.
10 minutes.
Just.
I will bring those individuals in now. I believe there's just one right now who has their hand up.
Okay. Thank you, Crystal.
The other individual has also raised their hand. Would you like me to bring in both at the same time or wait?
Al Shah first, please.
Okay.
Welcome, Al. We can see you.
Excellent. Hello, everybody, Madam Chair, committee. Thanks for allowing me to provide a few comments on this. I'm going to be brief. I guess that's the benefit of going second. Mr. Gallagher did take a little of my thunder there with some of the points I wanted to make, but I'll try not to rehash anything that John went through already.
That would be appreciated. Thank you.
I'll be less than 10, I promise.
Mhm.
As Ms. Shadlock noted, we did a report for the Huckle property. Basically, we went and reviewed what was done previously. It's all related to fish habitat, of course. We reviewed what was classified by the Ministry of Natural Resources previously, and it was considered type 1 for a lot of the shoreline in this portion of the lake. Type 1 habitat is related to the presence of aquatic vegetation. And when we went out to the site to review it, that the aquatic vegetation was still there. And as they had described, so, you know, in our view, it certainly maintained that classification, and those characteristics were still there. You can see it in our report. Number of pictures show, you know, lily pads and other bits of aquatic vegetation along the shoreline, which is great for a number of species for spawning and for feeding, and for the little ones to sort of hide from the bigger ones that want to eat them. So areas of aquatic vegetation are those that are quite regularly and consistently considered type 1 fish habitat. And we try to take or keep structures away from those areas. So given that the proposed development was to the rear or adjacent to the rear of the property, there was no physical change that was going to happen to the fish habitat. So nothing directly was going to be changing. Mr. Gallagher mentioned earlier that there was no boathouse being proposed or changes to the dock or anything like that. So there's no physical change to the habitat that was there. It's going to be maintained. Those characteristics are still going to be there. So our focus was basically, and both Ms. Shadlock and Mr. Gallagher were talking about net benefit. So when we look at that policy 3.1.6, I believe it was that Mr. Gallagher talked about, it asks for a net improvement. And the net improvement can come in a bunch of different forms: physical habitat changes, and also water quality. Water quality obviously is a huge issue for us in Muskoka, wanting to maintain and improve that. So the first thing that happened, and Mr. Gallagher's mentioned this a couple of times, was moving the septic system back. So as you know, 30-meter setback is a standard for new development. And it was really great to be able to say, this is an existing development and we're going to do some rejigging and additions. And as part of that, we're going to get the septic back from 15 to 30. So that just allows the effluent that's coming out of the septic system to percolate through that much more soil and vegetation before it gets to the water. It's also going to be a new septic system, so new dirt's going in there, and the ability to remove the nutrients is just that much more improved. So that was improvement number one. And number two for us was the introduction of native vegetation. And one of the photos that Ms. Shadlock had up there showed a view across the frontage of the property. And it looked like there was some vegetation there. It was nice and colorful. But it's garden vegetation is what I call it. And there's a difference between garden vegetation and natural vegetation. Of course, the garden stuff is what looks good, colorful, big blooms and such, looks good. The problem with garden vegetation, of course, is that it has not as deep roots and is meant to do other things like look good, as opposed to provide deep roots, uptake of water and nutrients, and provide habitat for the native wildlife species, birds, etc. So we've put a big portion of the shoreline there that we are going to be removing the vegetation, the garden vegetation, and implementing more native vegetation, including ground cover, shrubs, and trees. One of the other things, of course, with garden vegetation that I didn't mention is that people tend to want to fertilize and do things that would make them grow and have, big colorful blooms, whereas the native vegetation is much better off in the native soils and will thrive in that situation without having to do those sorts of things. So that was the net improvement that we had proposed, and we're hoping was going to meet the test of the official plan for a net improvement if we can't meet all the required setbacks, etc. The question has come up about the retaining wall, and we did not go to the point of suggesting that the retaining wall be removed. For the main reason is erosion. I've worked on, and I'm sure committee has seen applications, and maybe they haven't, because sometimes this goes through the Ministry of Natural Resources as opposed to the town. But I've worked on a couple of properties a little further into the bay there on the same side, on the eastern side, that have applied to the Ministry of Natural Resources for altering their shoreline to prevent to put boulders and such into the water to prevent erosion. If I would have, it may have been a different story if we went out to the property and this was one single property that had produced a retaining wall across the frontage that was lit up and looked, it looked great. It was there for aesthetic purposes, but the retaining wall does extend at least one property in either direction. So it was my assumption that this was done at least mostly for shoreline protection purposes as opposed to aesthetic purposes. So removing that may have been an issue. So that was really the reason why we didn't go into the idea of removing the retaining wall mostly for erosion purposes, erosion protection. I think that's all I need to say. I am here for questions.
Okay. Thanks very much, Mr. Shaw.
Very
And
welcome.
we have one more.
Yes, I will bring them in now.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. And as a Huntsville taxpayer, I'd like to thank you all for the work that you do. I know it's all very important work in ensuring that our community remains as beautiful as it is. My interest in this was to make a net improvement in our property. I want to invest some money to make my property more attractive, a better living space, and in doing so, we'll be supporting only local contractors, local businesses. I've engaged John's Services, Riverstone Services. This is a very local project for me and for my family.
Mr. Huckle, do you mind? I apologize. I should have interrupted you right in the beginning. If you wouldn't mind stating your name, that would be great, just for the record.
Sorry,
and I apologize.
with your procedures here.
Sorry, no,
My
I should have said
Kevin.
that right up front. Sorry.
Okay. My name's Kevin Huckle. I own the property at 938 Jones Lane in Huntsville, P1H 1B5. 1B2, sorry. So I don't want to restate what I've just said. We are interested in investing in improving our property, putting in a new septic system. I too use Fairy Lake and all the community lakes. I'm a big believer in keeping them as nice and as pure as we can. We want to live here. We don't want to do anything to damage any of this existing property. I can't undo the legal build that we did in 2004. We abided by all laws and rules that were in place at that time. The fact that they've changed really has nothing to do at all with the extension that I want to build onto our property and the net improvement that I want to make to our existing property. So I will do whatever the process, follow the process. I'm trying to do the right thing here. And I really have nothing more to add other than we'd like to move forward with improving our property.
Thank you for that, and I appreciate you coming to committee today. That's great. And so if you could turn your mute on, that would be great. And at this point, I will ask if there are members of the public who would like to speak to this application.
Members of the public are reminded to use the raise hand button or press *9 if they are connected by phone to indicate that they would like to address committee. And Chair Alcock, I see no hands raised.
Okay, thanks for that, Crystal. So at this point, I will turn it to members of committee for questions, but I would like to ask Julie, I will read the motion that's before us, and I'd like to put it on the screen so that everybody knows exactly, to be reminded of what the motion is that we're looking at. That would be great. I hope Julie is there. Or Crystal. There we go. Okay, so I can't actually read. All right, here we go. I do have a motion that has been moved by Councillor Fitzgerald, seconded by Councillor Stone. It is recommended that Planning Committee recommend to Council that zoning bylaw amendment Z32-2021 HT be denied. The purpose and effect of which is to change the zoning from a shoreline residential 1 zone to a shoreline residential 1, with exception to permit the following: recognize the 31.1 meter cumulative width of the existing amenity area, recognize the existing 6 meter front yard setback for 74 square meter uncovered attached deck, recognize the existing 2.2 meter westerly side yard setback for 74 meter square uncovered attached deck, recognize the existing 8.6 meter front yard setback for hot tub, reduce the front yard setback from 20 meters to 8.6 meters for a 13 meter squared front covered porch addition. Reduce the setback to type 1 fish habitat from 30 meters to 8.6 meters for a 13 meter squared front covered porch addition. Increase primary lot coverage from 10% to 17%. Reduce the easterly side yard setback from 6 meters to 2.3 meters for a 77 square meter garage addition. Reduce the westerly side yard setback from 6 meters to 4.8 meters for a 37 square meter covered porch addition. Reduce the front yard setback from 20 meters to 19 meters for the garage addition and rear covered porch addition, and reduce the setback to type 1 fish habitat from 30 meters to 8.6 meters for the front covered porch addition and 19 meters for the remaining additions. Whew. Okay, with that, I will turn it over to committee. Councillor Stone.
Thanks very much. First of all, I have a real hard time with 31 meters of amenity area being recognized as being okay. But that's not my question to staff. I would like, Kelsey, if you can tell me, the house is legal non-conforming. It's obviously newly renovated with a new deck as well, I believe. So tell me, is the footprint of the legal non-conforming the same as it is right now?
Kelsey.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the question. Yeah, so the existing footprint is legal non-conforming. The reason for the recognition of the deck is when I was doing research and finding things, I couldn't find something that adequately discussed the deck and its dimensions, etc. So that's why it was included in one of the reliefs. But yes, the dwelling is legal non-conforming.
Thank you.
Councillor Wiebe.
Thank you, Chair Alcock. Similar to the comment from Councillor Stone, I'm a little concerned about recognizing the overall width of the amenity area. I'm not hearing, I mean, I know there was reference to native plant additions, but I'm not, I'd like to see more on that if we're going to move forward. I agree with recognizing what's there. I don't think that if any rules have been broken over the course of this development in past years, that we shouldn't be willing to recognize those. I would applaud the movement of the septic back 30 meters. That is a net benefit, certainly. And anyone and everyone who cares about their lakes and their shorelines would be interested in that type of move. I am concerned though. So I'm not quite there yet. I think there still needs to be some work on that. Those couple of points made, and adding. I didn't hear anything compelling, any compelling reasons as to why more additional porches and whatnot would be added to this already sizable amount of decking. I don't. There's nothing compelling there to approve those additions, and I also find it. This is a general comment, and it's not meant to be directed, at anyone in particular, all that negatively, but I think we as a municipality are starting to miss perhaps the point as to why we're asking applicants to seek out advice and reports from biologists. And that is to get an unbiased report as to what is there, rather than compel applicants to hire a biologist as another advocate for their application. So I'll leave that as it is. I think maybe a peer review or re-looking at what's at stake in terms of type 1 and how the overall development is to be a net benefit. I think there's also more work there. So I'm going to leave my comments there. But at this point, I think I would need a little bit more thought put into some of the comments made. So thanks.
Thank you for that, Councillor Weeb. Just to clarify, so within those comments, there was a suggestion of the potential of getting a peer review of this particular application. So I just want to put that out there, sort of to park that with perhaps Kelsey, and maybe Kelsey can respond to that. But I will go to Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Chair Alcock. Thanks everyone for the presentation and the comments, and I appreciate the comments from committee. It's very confusing to know what's existing, pre-existing, legal non-conforming, and what we're asking for. I know John commented that the increase in percentage coverage from existing to what they're asking for presently is not all that great a difference. So maybe I'd like to see the comparison of the legal non-conforming and what we're changing it to, rather than current expectations from planning. I tend to agree with Councillor Weeb. I would like to see a little more information regarding the waterfront plan and revegetation. So that's it.
Okay, thank you for that. And I think there are a couple of specific requests that we could actually look at. Perhaps Kelsey, you can respond to a couple of those, but I might go to her worship first, and then you can dive in with some of the response to those questions. So Mayor Terziano.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I guess first I would like to just acknowledge Mr. Huckle's comments about wanting to improve his property. Certainly appreciate that. However, I do have a few concerns, and those are such that, and I don't know when the Huckles bought this property, but the purchase of a property, when you're buying one, especially one that's constrained and small, I think you need to consider whether it meets your future needs when you're buying it. I'm not a fan of overloading a particular property. I appreciate moving the septic further back from the water, but replacing it with a garage doesn't really suggest a net benefit to me. I'm definitely not a fan of approving anything, any additions on the waterfront side of this. Given the right circumstances, I might consider some of the additions on the backside. I think that we probably have to recognize anything that has been done previously and met code at the time. So I don't have a problem recognizing that, but I don't see any real net benefit on this one. And, you know, I mean, councillors have asked some good questions already as far as the peer review and maybe a little bit. Like Councillor Weave, I'm just not there on this one yet.
Thank you for that. I noticed Councillor Armour.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I echo on Mayor Terziano a lot what she said. I don't really approve anything happening in the front of the building at all. But my question is, what are the current sizes of the other lots surrounding that one currently? Are they all non-conforming right now, or can we get an answer to that?
Yes.
Yep. So Kelsey.
Thank you very much for the question. Through you, Madam Chair. I don't know if it's best to maybe share a map I don't know the exact, it'd be hard to pull them all very quickly, all the sizes of the property, but maybe just to show the area would be useful.
That would be great.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
You can always let me know if you want me to move it to certain places. I'd be happy to do so.
Do we have anything that actually shows lot lines?
I'm not even sure where we're looking yet, so.
The property, the subject property here, I'm just worried if I click on something, it'll show information that I maybe should not show. So maybe I'll try to use it on the public viewing map.
Okay,
I'll just be a second.
John Gallagher has his hand up. John, would you like to, while Kelsey's looking for that map, speak to one of this latest, or?
I can actually tell you what the two properties are. So under the Muskoka maps, Huckles lot and the lot to the south of it are 1/2 acre, and the lot to the north of it is 1/4 acre. And just with respect to, again, we weren't really trying to ask for any more development rights within that shoreline activity area. The only addition on the water side was a roofed area over a portion of the existing deck on the north side. So we weren't planning on coming closer to the water in that regard. It sounds like council wants some more information. I mean, we can regroup, Kevin, myself, and Al, and redefine a little more detail what may occur as part of this application, if that's sufficient. We did have on the site plan there was the pre and post numbers, and it breaks down all the buildings and structures existing and proposed on that drawing.
I think from what I've heard from committee, I think that pretty universally, everybody on committee would like to see more information and perhaps some rationale, and please correct me if I'm wrong, anybody from committee, but with respect to the need for, as Councillor Weeb said, you know, the garage addition, if we're trying to provide relief and recognize an existing non-conforming use, why we'd be adding to what is actually non-conforming. So I think there are a number of things, just to the rationale with respect to a number of those things.
Then nobody will
And
pay.
perhaps Councillor Weeby would like to speak to the issue around the potential of a peer review. I thought that was an interesting point, and maybe it would be worth repeating just if we are going to provide further direction. And I may be putting words in the mouths of committee, but that's what I heard.
If I may, I guess I think I would direct this back towards our staff and ask them if the elements presented in relation to the water and fish habitat, if that at this time satisfies our staff, or do they feel, as perhaps I feel, that it's skewed towards the applicant. Right, it seems to be the study seems to be, all the work seems to be skewed, as we've heard, as in, you know, the discussion is centered around, you know, we as a group have done the work on this file, and it seems as though it's skewed towards what's being asked for. So I'm wondering if staff are satisfied, or if they feel with a peer review or some other methodology, more comfortable in recommending or approving, being in favor of approval when in relation to those elements that relate directly to water quality and fish habitat.
Okay, thank you for that. So Kelsey, at this point, it's a fairly clear direction. And I guess it makes reference to your brief, which is there was some discussion about how it's not consistent with our current policy and more could be done. And I think actually Mr. Gallagher made the point about what would be considered improvements in the view of you and staff. So I think that all is related. If you want to respond to that, that would be great. And I do see your hand, Mr. Shaw.
Great. Well, I could speak to that. Thank you.
Great.
So in terms of our policies, when we go through and we review shoreline buffer policies through applications like these and smaller applications like site plan, which this application would have to go through before any building permit as well, we look at the cumulative width policies. So the frontage for this property is 31.1 meters. And so the cumulative width, so that's anything that's hardscaped, not natural vegetation, grass, etc., has to be, the cumulative width has to be limited to 25%, and the rest has to be naturalized. So when we're looking at this property, the cumulative width of the amenity area, that's hardscaping, landscaping, etc., should be 7.5 meters. So even with the revegetation and changing out the ornamental landscaping, gardening species to native species, it doesn't really work to get closer to that cumulative width. And there's also the other side of the shoreline buffer that there was nothing proposed. And looking in the retaining wall, we know that a lot of residents have erosion issues, but we have to have those within the amenity area. And we didn't see anything in the proposal to say how they would maybe scale back on the retaining wall, take a portion of it. Yeah, so we were looking for more of that, like more improvement, because even with the native vegetation, there's still that hardscaping that things wash over and go into the lake, etc. So I think we thought as staff that there were more opportunities for improvement in the shoreline.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you. I will allow Al Shaw, you have your hand up, and I'm assuming you want to speak to this very issue that we're talking about.
Trying to throw my video. Oh, there we go.
Okay.
There we go. Yes, thank you for allowing me to make a couple more comments. First thing was the comment from Councillor Weed. And you did say don't take things personally, and I'm not going to take things personally. But I'm taking it extremely seriously. the way the system is set up, that Mr. Huckle didn't have to hire, but hired a professional planner. And as you know, I do lots of work with Mr. Gallagher on the files that he has. And I try very hard not to be an advocate for a client. I'm not an advocate for a client. I'm trying to provide unbiased, not tailored advice to any client. I'm quite certain that most of them don't want to do anything. They would like to proceed with exactly what they want. And at most meetings, I feel I'm the bad guy because I get to tell them that, no, you don't get to have what you want, that other things need to happen in order for you to get part of what you want. So I hope you can see that, and that certainly under no projects do I completely align myself with a client, because they are paying the bills. They certainly do have a lot of access to me and can ask questions at any time. But I've been doing this for enough time that I don't mind being the bad guy, or I know I have to be the bad guy to do my job effectively. So I was just actually looking up your email, Councillor Wiebe. I was going to send you an email and see if we could further the discussion, not particularly on this project, but on submission of reports as a whole.
Right.
And I think, and that enough said on that. Like I said, I'm not taking anything personal. I just wanted to sort of portray what I feel our job is as a consultant. At a recent Ontario Municipal Board Tribunal hearing, I had the same question put toward the board member from one of the
Al, do you mind? I appreciate you wanting to respond to that specific
Okay.
thing, but we actually are focused on this particular application, and time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will hold my comments then at that point. Thank you very much.
But I appreciate the response. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Stone, followed by or was it Mayor Terziano? Was it Councillor Stone?
Thank you. So 2 points in regards to any potential bias by that was mentioned. Last term, the senior planner, Chris Marshall, had a plan that he wanted to have a list of environmentalists that would be called on. And if it were a study that was needed, we would just keep going down that list, and it would be we who choose, not the applicant. Chris left the town of Huntsville, and I don't think it was ever, it certainly never came to fruition. Might be something we could look at again in order to prevent any potential bias or a view of bias, in my opinion. I was just going to mention, if this were to be deferred, I want to make sure that the amenity area was addressed specifically, so that there's only the appropriate 7.5 meters of amenity area, not the whole thing. And whatever needs to be done to remediate that, we should know.
Okay. And I appreciate that. I'm sure Kelsey's taking note of if this should be deferred. I haven't heard from any member of committee yet to suggest that that be the case. Having said that, I have heard that there is certainly room for further discussion between the applicant and staff on what might satisfy the interests of our town. So Mayor Terziano.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Just going to the amenity area, and I think Al Shaw said he assumed that it was all done for soil erosion because it's been done in front of 3 properties. We can't really make a decision on assumption. It could well have been done for aesthetics, but I have property on Fairy Lake, and I have watched it for years slowly erode because I don't have any big rocks or anything to protect it, because I'm not allowed to. Believe me, I'd love nothing better than to put something there to protect my waterfront, because it slowly is disappearing. But what my concern is now is, what are we expecting from the applicant to do to that hardscaped area now that is going to get us back closer to that 7 meters, but not actually make the waterfront worse than it is? Just before we send somebody off with instructions to do something, I have a hard time understanding what we're actually asking them to do.
Or if it's a realistic ask.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. No, I totally agree. So Kelsey, I will ask again, is that a realistic ask? Is there room for discussion around that?
Yeah, so I think I would first, thank you for the question. I would first say that part of the dwelling is already partially in the shoreline buffer, so maybe it'd be good to be specific to the area that can have work done, because there's already the non-complying dwelling in a portion of the shoreline buffer. I think it's possible to have more revegetation. I know it's hard to remove hardscaping, but maybe there's areas that the applicant would be more okay. I know that there was some areas that were around a beach that maybe weren't. So it just depends what they're yeah, and there's also great resources in terms of the Muskoka Watershed Council. They have a lot of resources in terms of how to mitigate erosion and how to, I think a lot of the things is having a 90-degree thing for the water to hit, whereas they suggest bringing it back down a slope to create and revegetating in the water to help. So there's lots of options. It's hard to outline particularly what they can do, but we feel like on the, trying to think of the direction, the other side where revegetation is not proposed, that area could be depressed, and whether it's possible maybe to plant things over existing hardscaping. So I think that would have to be a further discussion with the applicant as well.
Thank you for that. Mayor Terziano, do you have follow-up on that before I go to Councillor Fitzgerald?
I'm not sure if it's follow-up or I should be jumping in front of Councillor Fitzgerald,
Okay.
but I would just say, based on Kelsey's response there, if committee is interested, I would put forth a motion to defer this, to give staff the opportunity to meet with the applicant. They've heard lots of what we've said so far, and to see if we can bring forward an application that maybe makes a bit more sense. Or
okay, thank you for that.
That we could approve at some point.
All right, I will ask Councillor Fitzgerald to go as he's patiently had his hand up. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Alcock. I guess my comment is that I think maybe sometimes we go about this from a planning perspective, and really we should go at it from the conservation preservation perspective. And, you know, Al's a professional here. He's the one who knows what to do with the waterfront. Is removing that waterfront going to have a more detrimental effect than it's been there for 18 years now? At what point do we defeat the purpose of making these changes and keeping a soft shoreline? You know, I mentioned this last meeting, I had this discussion with our director and our manager of planning. You know, I don't think that no hardscapes is the answer for shoreline preservation. There's not one answer that fits all shoreline preservation. So I think we should at some point rely more on the professionals that are doing these studies and know about the shoreline erosion. And Kelsey mentioned the Watershed Council. So I think we need to put more weight on the professionals who have the expertise about how we move forward with these kind of things.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Weed.
Thanks.
Okay, sorry, Councillor Weed.
Really quickly, I guess my comment was going to circle back to what Kelsey had mentioned, which was, and further to what Councillor Fitzgerald has said. Surely there's a solution here. surely there's a solution for the front half, the water, the shoreline portion of this property. I mean, problems can be solved. If there's not enough, deep root vegetation there, surely we can find a plan that will increase that and really do a great job in mitigating erosion. I guess that is all well and good. I still don't know if we defer this, what are we asking for in terms of what's being built on the backside of this development, right? I mean, we know that there are some proposals for further decking and further porching or what have you. I'm not. Are we as a committee okay with the additions that are being proposed, or should that be dealt with separately? I'm not quite sure, because it sounds like we're sort of treading in two zones here. One being, how do we deal with the shoreline properly and solve the sort of issues that we have, versus how much building are we willing to accept on a lot that's clearly constrained, as has been mentioned by all parties.
Before I go back to Mayor Terziano, on that last point, Councillor Weeb, I think that you're right. We have focused on the shoreline. We haven't been talking about at the very beginning. You had mentioned what is the rationale for further decking and all of those things, and we didn't get into it. What I am hearing is, and I'm also hearing it from our staff, correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Shadlock, but that there's further room for discussion. There are issues that have been raised with respect to not, I think everybody has said that agreeing to recognizing a non-conforming use seems like that's all right. But it's the additional steps that we haven't received enough information on, that as to the rationale as to why that's important. There also seems to be, from my understanding, what I've heard, there is an area where there could be further discussions between Riverstone and our staff as to what might satisfy our staff with respect to next steps. And we could seek the advice of the experts, as was raised by Councillor Fitzgerald. So I also heard the mayor suggest that she was ready to defer this if there was some value to having these discussions. So that's what I would put out to committee at this point. Does committee think that there is value in having further discussions and deferring it at this time? And with that, I will go to Her Worship.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and you probably summarized it as much as needs to be summarized. But I think we've heard a couple of comments that any kind of an addition on the waterfront is probably not going to fly. There was something as minimal as it was, some work with the amenity area. And I think as far as the backside of the cottage, maybe the planners, maybe Mr. Gallagher should consider some sort of shrinkage in size back there in order to reduce the overall lot coverage. And then, maybe we can all get to a point where this project can move ahead. But again, I will ask to put a resolution on the floor to defer this if there's a seconder.
Okay, do I have a seconder for that? I think Councillor Armour, you had your hand up for seconding. So we do have a resolution, and I am now looking to our wonderful Ms. Wolf, if she is there, that might put that resolution up on the screen for us.
Good afternoon, everyone. If I'm just emailing to get the information just so we can draft it and put it up, and then we'll just make sure that that's what you're looking for. So if we can have maybe 1 or 2 minutes, and I will have something up on the screen.
Okay, one or 2 minutes.
Thank you.
2 minutes. Okay, Councillor Armour.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just wondering, the non-conforming part that's currently in place, is that a separate issue that we should be, or does it all have to be in one? Because I found that very confusing when you're looking at the current size, and et cetera.
So yeah, I see Kelsey's nodding, so perhaps you could respond to that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so when we look at a property, we try to address everything, and that's why those recognitions were included, just so everything's holistic in its approach when we're looking at an exception. As I mentioned before, for the attached deck, it was existing. We just I didn't have anything to show the setback or the existing dimensions. So that's why we looked at recognizing it. And the hot tub, I couldn't find anything on record for that. So that's why they were included. And the exception is because we try to encompass the whole lot when we're looking at a property.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Am I allowed to make a comment here?
Yes.
I just
Yes, you may,
wanted to
because
address
we're
it.
waiting. We've got about a minute left as we're
Sure.
waiting for
And
this.
I'm
So
not,
yes.
I won't be more than a minute.
Okay.
I just would like to say that to answer the mayor's question about, buying a lot and then trying to cram too much onto it. I've been the owner of this property for 18 years. And that, we just want to improve the property and do the right thing by also improving our lake. And I would invite any one of you to come out and walk the shoreline with me at any point in time to see and to tell me, because I've asked, what can we do if it doesn't meet your expectations? I'd like to know what I can do to improve that.
Okay.
We have a huge erosion problem. If we didn't have that retaining wall 4 years ago when those floods occurred, we were very, very fortunate we had no flood damage in our house. And had that wall not been there, and there was a pre-existing wall before I owned the property as well, just for the record. So there's been a wall there a long, long time. And it's not a huge obstruction type wall. It's basically a ground maintenance wall. That's what it's been. And yes, we've planted flowers, but we can move and change our plantings to appease the direction of the specialists. I have no problem with that.
Mr. Huckle, I wanted to say, we really appreciate you being here and really appreciate your offer and your comments. Just so you know, committee is doing exactly what committee does, which is we have a report before us that recommended a denial, and there's always lots of discussion around that. And so I think that the fact that there will be a motion to defer this to allow discussions between the experts and our staff to further the application to get it to a place that satisfies the interests of everybody, I think is actually not such a bad outcome.
Good.
So,
okay. I'm good with it all. Thank you.
All right. So that's at least 2 minutes. How are we doing, Julie? Great. I have a motion moved by Mayor Terziano, seconded by Councillor Armour. It is recommended that the matter of zoning bylaw amendment said 32/2021 HD be postponed until such time as the applicant has addressed outstanding concerns, including additional detail be provided on revegetation and other measures to mitigate impacts and achieve a net benefit, including a detailed revegetation and shoreline restoration plan where feasible, and scaling down development as appropriate to achieve a net improvement if appropriate. Okay, does that meet the needs of your worship? And actually, Kelsey, does that give you clear direction? I'm seeing a nod.
Yes,
from
thank
Kelsey.
you. Yes.
Thumbs up from her worship. No other questions. I will call the question. All those in favor? And that carries. Thank you, everybody. And thank you to our applicant and their representatives for a good discussion.
Thank you. We'll get things together and we'll meet with planning. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. All right. With that, we will move on to our next item, and that is Z34 2021 Bird and Barrett 234 Longs Lake Road. And back to you, Kelsey.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'll just prepare my screen. And I believe everyone can see that. So thank you again, Madam Chair. Through you, the subject property is located at 234 Longs Lake Road. The lot is designated waterfront and is zoned rural 2. The applicant proposes to construct a single detached dwelling. A zoning bylaw amendment would change the zoning on the property from rural 2 to shoreline residential 4, which would permit the construction of a single detached dwelling on a lot fronting on a seasonally maintained road. The official plan discusses that waterfront development being generally linear in nature following the shoreline, and development of lots waterfront lots not directly on the waterfront would be considered backlot development. Additionally, shoreline residential zoning is intended for shoreline lots developed with single detached dwellings and accessory buildings and structures located on linear fashion on the shoreline. Therefore, as a backlot, the subject property is not consistent with other properties classified as shoreline residential. Backlot development anticipates linear, low-density residential development that is generally parallel to the shoreline. The official plan states backlot development is generally located on larger lots which front on year-round publicly maintained roads. The subject property has an area of approximately 4,200 square meters and a frontage of 130 meters on a seasonal road. Development of existing backlots, undersized backlots for residential use may be permitted where the lot is suitable for development. If the lot satisfies applicable requirements for access and the lot is greater than 0.8 hectares or 8,000 square meters in area. This property does not fulfill these requirements. The intent of these policies is to avoid tiered development and mitigate any impacts to water quality in lake environments. Outside of the shoreline designation or the waterfront designation and shoreline residential zones, development must be on year-round municipally maintained roads. Hunt camps are the limited exception, but also must comply with an area of 4 hectares and only be used seasonally. The reason for not allowing development on properties on private roads or seasonally maintained roads outside of the waterfront designation and shoreline residential zones is the inability to access for emergency and operational town services to access these roads and year-round maintain infrastructure to each of these properties. Without these services and access, there is a risk in safety for residents. Staff also told the applicant through inquiries and a pre-consultation following the attempt to achieve a building permit for this property about these zoning and official plan policies, and that the application will not be supported by staff. Also, when looking at the provincial policy statement and the areas classified as rural lands, policies encourage a broad mix of housing that is compatible with the rural landscape and appropriate to the infrastructure, which is planned or available. The appropriate road infrastructure is not available for the subject property. Therefore, the proposal is not consistent with the provincial policy statement. The application was circulated in accordance with the Planning Act. 14 letters of objection were received. A lot of them have been received in the last 24 hours. Overall, the objections showed concern about tiered development on the seasonal road, lake and environmental health in the area, as road conditions or steep slope conditions, as well as increased traffic on the road allowance. Public comments were provided to committee prior to today's meeting in 3 emails. The District of Muskoka provided comments, which were in the report package. The Operations Department has concerns and does not recommend approval. They recommend that the road be upgraded to a municipal standard for year-round residency. They also provide comment that there is no maintenance on Longs Lake Road and summer maintenance is minimal. The Building Department provided that due to the access of the property, it shall remain seasonal and or the building shall be sprinklered. Through staff's recommendation, review and analysis, the application would appear not to conform with the official plan or with the provincial policy statement, and therefore staff are recommending denial. Thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for that. At this point, I will call upon the applicant or the applicant's representative to speak to this application.
The applicant or their representative are reminded to use the raise hand button or press star 9 if they're connected by phone to indicate that they would like to address committee. And Chair Alcock, I do see one hand raised. A reminder to please have your microphone and video if possible turned on before you begin speaking, and confirm your name and mailing address.
Okay, welcome, Lanny.
Yeah, good afternoon, committee. I realized I got a promotion. I was promoted to panelist. Anyways, Lanny Dennis, Wayne Simpson and Associates, 3-76 King William Street, Huntsville, Ontario, P1H24. Represent the owners, and good afternoon to Madam Chair and committee. I think that's a reasonable assessment as presented by the planner of the proposal. Appreciate the efforts staff bringing the application forward and those public comments. My review of the application approached it in a little different angle. I approached it from a rural designation versus a waterfront designation, as the proposed dwelling is located just outside the 500-foot radius in terms of waterfront development. And of course, I made the application for shoreline residential for rezoning the de facto zoning that generally reflects the existing zoning in the area and would also allow access via a private right-of-way under the town's comprehensive zoning bylaw. I note in the letter from the District of Muskoka, it recognizes a split in designations as well, rural versus waterfront. So I'm wondering if the location of the dwelling is something that they took into consideration in making their determination under their land use policies. Just a bit of background. While I wasn't involved in the due diligence process of the purchasing of the property, the owners had indicated to me that they did check with the town zoning bylaw, and the RU2 zone simply said that a dwelling is a permitted use. And of course, to the layperson, they may have satisfied themselves that you could put a dwelling up on this particular piece of property. Mr. Bird, one of the joint owners, resides in Huntsville, spent many years in Huntsville, and both he and Sue Barrett work in Huntsville and would like to retire to this location from their present home in Gravenhurst. The merits of the proposal, no known natural heritage features. I think the planning report identified an area of steep slope, but the report also went on to indicate that the steep slope does not interfere with the construction of a dwelling on this particular piece of property. As I noted, the proposed zoning is the same as other zonings in the immediate area. There is an existing private road that would serve as access to this property. Presently, the town is not responsible for any year-round road maintenance, garbage pickup, and certainly no school bus pickup, and that's to remain the same. Certainly no change. There is a number of tests in the official plan that speak to rural versus the waterfront designation, and of course, this route test, notwithstanding the 150 meters of the 500 feet, is whether it physically and functionally relates to the shoreline. So I just wanted to offer a few comments as to why the rural designation may be more appropriate on this property than the waterfront. It's got a flat area. It has plenty of tree cover. The size of the building being about 1,625 square foot footprint with about a 400 square foot loft above it. I would think helps to minimize the visual impact. It's one new dwelling in an area where there are other cottages and dwellings, so it sort of reflects that residential flavor of the area. Any area outside of the building envelope, and I suspect this property would be subject to site plan control if it at all moved forward, would remain in a natural state, including any vegetation on the steep slope. So I'm anticipating probably about 90% of the vegetation could remain on the property. There's no exclusive access to the shoreline. Yeah, the drainage does head in that direction, but it certainly would be captured by and stopped by the end road, and probably stop quite a way short of entering the lake. With respect to the rural area policies, and certainly in addition to the merits that I've already indicated relating to the waterfront, the maximum lot coverage on this lot would be 3.5%, which would be under the 5% permitted in the SR4 zone, and certainly less than the 10% permitted in the RU2 zone. The renewal building on the slope, certainly that would increase the height and more propensity for visual impact to be seen from the shoreline and the neighboring properties. Development certainly won't be above the tree line. The lot presently complies with existing lot of record standards. Those standards are 15,000 square feet and 100 feet of frontage, and this lot comes in 1 acre and about 428 feet frontage. And on that note, I think it can quite comfortably accommodate a density along that stretch of 428 feet of road frontage. I think the staff report identifies the 3 items: the slope, which has been addressed, and I think they were satisfied themselves. The waterfront backlot policies, which I addressed, and year-round maintained road. And of course, these comments were supported by the Public Works Department as well. Yeah, the intent of the OP policies is to address safety for residents. There already is an existing situation, a private road that provides access to those people that have properties fronting on Long Lake. I think the big one in my mind is the upgrading of the road to accommodate emergency vehicles. In review of many applications, it seems to be that the emergency access requirements are more triggered by access via or for fire truck purposes. The owners have agreed and identified in the one of the comments that came from the town, I believe the building department, that they would construct or install sprinkler systems in their new home. The road, I believe, it's maintained privately, so no more further services, but it's also, I believe, maintained year-round privately by a few owners of properties in the immediate area. And having said that, I mean, I've driven the road. It seems certainly adequate. If I can drive my car to get there, then I'm sure the emergency vehicles such as police and land ambulance could get to the site as well. The many of the or these concerns could certainly be included in a site plan agreement, including no obligation on behalf of the municipality to provide year-round road maintenance to this property, and certainly provision in there that they're acknowledge that there's limited services to get to this site. And I don't have to remind the committee, many of the comments reference precedents, and each application and planning is dealt with on its own merits. And also in terms of the comment pertaining to the public road allowance, it is a public road allowance. So I suppose the people, anybody could use that road allowance under public ownership. So in conclusion, from the owner's perspective, I think it's difficult to look at this property, having a road that provides access immediately abutting to it that accesses multiple other properties with existing dwellings on them. And from that matter, in terms of the comments that have been provided by the town, they're prepared to address those, including no obligation on behalf of the municipality to look after the road, acknowledgement that there's limited services to the site. So you live there, you're on your own, so to speak. And so why is it that, they may not be able to build on the property? Anyways, that concludes what I have to say. I'd like to, respectfully request committee approve the application, but certainly, the owners are amenable to deferral. Thank you.
Thank you very sorry. Thank you very much for that, Lanny. That's good. All right. With that, I will ask if there are any members of the public who are here to speak to this application today.
Members of the public are reminded to use the raise hand button to indicate that they would like to address committee. And Chair Alcock, I do see one hand raised. A reminder to ensure that you have your microphone and video, if possible, turned on, and confirm your full name and mailing address before beginning your comments.
Hello?
Hello, we're not seeing you visually, but maybe you're there.
No, my camera won't work, but my name's Andrew May. I'm a mailing address of 1186 South Lancelot Road in Utterson.
Okay.
We own a cottage on the on Longs Lake. I think it's 295 Longs Lake Road. And I guess my concern is primarily about the precedent that it sets, and secondarily with respect to extra traffic on the road, which is already very, very crowded, especially in the summer. And the lake is quite small, so if there's any intention for non-shoreline dwellings that are built there to use the lake, I think will further increase the overcrowding on the lake and the pollution in the lake. Already in the summertime, it does tend to smell a bit like gasoline because of all the boats boating on it. So that's my primary concern, is I don't think there's enough space on Longs Lake for additional dwellings.
Okay, that's great. But thank you for your comments. I hope I didn't interrupt. Did you, was that the end of?
That's it. Yeah, that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming today. I will ask if there are any other members of the public who would like to speak to this application.
Chair Alcock, I do see one hand raised. However, I do believe that they may be one of the applicants. Are you okay if I bring them in at this time?
Sure. Hello.
Oh, hello, Madam Chair. My name is Susan Barrett. My current residence is 515 Sarah Street in Gravenhurst. I just wanted to thank you for the opportunity for me to make a few comments on our application. So thank you for that and for the opportunity to do that. I would like to say that we purchased the property in good faith, understanding that we could build on it, and we did not anticipate going down this road. However, we accept the limited accessibility of the road, And we also are very happy to have the sprinklers installed to protect the property, which makes total sense to us. We're also very able to navigate that road on both our vehicles at the current moment. And we did do some due diligence before we bought the property, and had met several of the residences and had no indication at that stage that there was any opposition to such a build. We also talked to a person who lives on the other side of the lake, who is a volunteer firefighter, and they had said that they had been able to access that road before. However, we do understand that that our obligation to maintain that road, and very willing to do it. And we do also believe that our intention is to build a very modest property, and to keep the absolute impact on the environment to a minimum. And we bought it because we just loved the position of the property and its natural beauty. And it's our intention to protect that and keep absolutely clearing of the property to a minimum. So I just wanted to add those comments. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for that. Councillor Weeb, you have your hand up?
I was just going to direct a quick question to Susan, if that's
Yes.
possible.
Sure.
I'm just curious, when did you purchase you said you purchased it recently?
Well, we purchased it last November.
Okay, thanks.
And yeah, and then what happened is we purchased it on the understanding that it was buildable, and absolute good faith. So we were obviously very shocked when we found out that that was not the case. And I know that's not the issue here, but I didn't want you to think that we bought it thinking that, oh yes, well, we're just going to go and get, apply for whatever we have to and get it done. That was not the case at all. And that's when we discovered, and hence we've had to go down this road.
Okay, thank you very much for being here today.
Thank you.
So I will ask one last time if there is another member of the public who would like to speak to this application. And
Again, members
Ms. Barrett, if you could turn your camera off and
Yes.
your mute, that would be great, please.
Okay, yes.
Thank you.
And again, members of the public are reminded to use the raise hand button to indicate that they would like to address committee. And Chair Alcock, I see no hands raised.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much, Crystal. So with that, I will read the motion. And I'm seeing hands going up before I'm reading the motion first, just so you know. I have a motion moved by Councillor Stone, seconded by Mayor Terziano. It is recommended that Planning Committee recommend to Council that zoning bylaw amendment Z34 2021 HD be denied. The purpose and effect of which is to change the zoning from a rural 2 zone to a shoreline residential 4 zone to permit construction of a single detached dwelling on an undersized waterfront backlot. Okay, with that, I will go to Councillor Stone.
Thanks. So this isn't the first time that one of these properties has come to me, and I've looked at it and go, well, it's not shoreline, and it probably, in my opinion, really shouldn't be viewed that way. I was really surprised, and we got a lot of objection letters. I think it's because perhaps not in my backyard. The one speaker today is worried about precedents, additional traffic, and potential water quality issues. I don't think any of those, to be quite honest, are valid reasons to deny this. But if I can go to Kelsey and ask her, if this was rural residential, would it be approved?
Kelsey.
Thank you for the question. Through you, Madam Chair. For rural residential properties, they also aren't permitted to have frontage on a seasonally maintained road. So anything within the rural designation, rural 1, rural 2, rural residential is required to be on a publicly maintained, year-round publicly maintained road. So even if it was rural residential, that's why they've asked for it to be shoreline residential.
All right,
Okay.
thank you.
So thank you for that. Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thanks, Chair Alcock. I'm having some signal issues in Port Sydney, so I'm here and I've been listening. I just have my video off so I don't actually lose signal. Thanks, Kelsey, for your presentation. I, along with Councillor Stone, sometimes question waterfront and back lots and that kind of thing. You know, I tend to lean towards allowing lots to be built on, you know, just because it's not a waterfront lot, which has the exception that can be accessed from private road. Housing is at a shortage and we have the opportunity to create a lot that is buildable. So I guess I have a couple questions. I would like to see a greater picture of the mapping of how close it is to the lake and how close it is in proximity to Beach Road. If you could do that for me, that would be very appreciated.
Elsie, you're on top of it?
Yes, I have the map up already. I anticipated it.
And I don't know if this question is for Lanny and he can answer it later, or the applicant, or is the lot serviceable? Can we get a well and septic on that lot and have no issues?
All right, so Kelsey, would you mind just zeroing in on the lot for us?
Here's the lot right here. So I was just gonna, this measuring tool isn't accurate, but if this waterfront residential is anything 150 meters, so you can see on both sides it hits there, and this area is mostly shoreline residential, so that's why it's also fallen under that designation.
Okay. So Councillor Fitzgerald, that answers your first question. And it is Lanny, are you still there, Lanny? Could you please respond to the question with respect to servicing?
Hello. Yes, I can answer that question. I've been out on the site. It's very flat, level terrain, immediate access in off the road. I've seen, I don't know how many properties in my lifetime, and this, in my opinion, would have no issue with respect to putting a drilled well in and providing a septic system on the site.
Okay, thanks for that. Councillor Fitzgerald, are you still there with us? And does that answer your question?
I'm still here and thank you for that.
Okay.
I appreciate it.
All right, good. I'm going to move to Mayor Terziano.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I was going to ask the same question about the well, the septic, and the house fitting on the lot. That's answered. But you know what, I have to say that I'm inclined to support staff recommendation to deny for the simple fact that the lot doesn't meet the size requirement and it's not on a year-round maintained road. Council will, or committee will remember the report we had 2 years ago about all of our non-maintained roads and all of the issues we have with homes that have been built on them and the level of maintenance is expected. I've got to tell you, for 2 years now, I've been being run through the mill on one of them, and I'm not about to go against our official plan and start approving any others. So unless it's on a year-round maintained road or meets the waterfront designation, then I cannot approve this.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Armour.
Thank you, sorry, Chair. I have two questions, actually. First off, I'd like to see where Long Lake Road, where it actually stops being municipal maintained and where it becomes a private road. And my second question, maybe you can answer, is at the top, it looks like it's a road allowance that runs straight through the backside of it too. And could you access the lot through that way?
Back to you, Kelsey.
Thank you. So Longs Lake Road is all seasonally, I'm just gonna try to get the map, it's just loading. Is seasonally maintained, the extent of it. And then it turns into a private road, it turns into Charlie's Lane. So it goes from a seasonally maintained road to a private road. And then I'm trying to remember the second part of your question. Oh, the road allowance. That really went, so there's the road allowance, I'll just zoom in here. So in terms of access, that wouldn't really change anything because it wouldn't make it be located on a year-round maintained road. They would also have to purchase it. I guess they could make their property larger, but they'd also have to talk with clerk's department, like the coordinator for legal agreements, to see if that's even feasible, and then operations would also have to see what that's being used for. So that's something that could be looked into, but I'm not sure if it solves any of the frontage issues.
So just for clarification, so the entire road is seasonal from where you leave 141?
Yes, it is complete. It's all seasonally maintained.
Sorry, there's still an option to be able to purchase that road allowance at the back and expand the size of the lot. Correct?
Kelsey?
They would have to go through a process through, like I said, the clerk's department, through the legal coordinator, and then they would have to talk to the operations department. In terms of the area, I'm not sure how much it would change how much it would add. Also, there's a portion of the official plan which talks about road allowances leading to the waterfront and being some restrictions on closing those. So yeah, those are a couple of things that that might be issues. So
okay, thank you for that. Can I ask, just because we're talking about the road, I know it's a privately maintained road. How many residents, who pays for the maintenance of that road, and have the applicants approached the people who maintain it to contribute? Is there a road association or anything like that? Do we know?
Well, the road that this property is frontage on is a seasonally maintained road, and it's owned by the municipality. Charlie's Road, which is further down, is a private road. Was that the one that you were wondering about?
Kind of, well, if people who are maintaining it, I'm assuming the people that are using that road are maintaining it.
Maybe just because I'm more of a newbie here, maybe Kristen or Richard have an answer to that.
Okay, thanks, Kelsey. I'm noticing, okay. Sue Barrett had her hand up. Perhaps you can respond to if you've approached the people about maintaining the road.
Yes, we had visited them and asked them. That was one of the due diligence questions that we had before we actually put our offer in. And there is an association that pays for the road to be cleared when necessary in the winter. And obviously we would be part of that association. And no one told us that there was ever any kind of problems having it cleared. In fact, sometimes, because it was privately arranged, it's cleared before many other, maintained roads, but simply because there's a contract.
Okay, thank you for that. All right, now I think I had Councillor Wiebe, followed by Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Chair Alcock. I tend to agree with the mayor's previous comments. I don't know what due diligence had taken place. I don't know if the buyers had been misled by their realtor. I'm not sure how all that went, but I do know that a road that meets the classification only of a seasonal or unmaintained is simply unbuildable, and other than a hunt camp. So I don't. I agree with the mayor. I think that we've we've experienced far too many gray area developments on seasonal or unmaintained roads, and it's the effect has been cumulative, and it is I think causing a lot of difficulties with who's making claim to what, and our staff are in the unenviable task of having to simply not be able to provide a service on certain roads. So this one's a hard one for me. I think I'm in favor of supporting staff here.
Okay, thank you. And I think last comment to Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thanks, Chair Alcock. I wonder how many residents are currently on that non-maintained, and it's town-owned road, if I'm to understand correctly, the municipal road.
I think that's what we just heard, that it is town-owned.
I'm asking for confirmation on that, but how many
Okay.
residences are on that sharing the maintenance of that?
All right, I will throw that back to Kelsey. Could you respond to that, or?
I have not done a count of how many residents, but as I think Sue mentioned, like in terms of the winter maintenance, there's contracts and people that are working on maintaining it throughout the periods that the municipality can't. I'm trying to just get a rough count as I'm speaking, but
Are there lots designated on the mapping further down
this
that
may
road?
be a good visual display for you. So if you can see on the mapping, all the other properties like that are towards the shoreline are SR4.
Yeah.
And then this is a rural property, which may have been established before this existed, or and then there's 2 rural 2s that aren't developed over here, and the subject property.
Thanks, Kelsey. So
Okay.
Chair Alcock, I think I would like to make a motion to approve the application.
Okay, so you would like to propose, and do you have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Stone? So we have a motion to amend, moved by Councillor Fitzgerald, seconded by Councillor Stone. Sorry, Your Worship.
I'm just wondering procedurally, can we actually amend a denial to approval? Do we not have to vote on the motion that's before us?
Sorry, my mute was on. I'll go to Crystal and ask for appropriate procedure, but I thought, in fact, we were able to go straight to.
It's just that I think you've read the motion already, and I don't know whether you can actually amend a denial to approval.
Okay, there's Crystal. And Julie, we've got both.
Procedurally, it's just an amendment. However, because it's a planning matter, I'm going to refer that over to either Julie, over to Ms. Wolf or Ms. Maxwell. But procedurally, it is just an amendment.
Thank you. So, Ms. Wolf.
Good afternoon again. So I'm on the same page of that procedurally because nothing's been voted on at this point. The motion was just put on the table. So to proceed, a motion for an amendment would have to occur and be carried, followed by the amended motion to be passed.
Okay, so at this point, is it possible, since this is a straight amendment, to change the wording
Well,
deny
no.
to?
Excuse me, Chair Alcock.
Yep.
Further to that, we don't know whether they can fit services on the property. So that would be a requirement as well. And sprinklers, and that they enter an agreement that they're going to have no services there. So just to cover all the bases, so we don't have this biting us in the butt, as the mayor referred to, about all these things that exist. If all those homes there know that they don't get services, and this applicant will be aware that they're not going to get any services there as well. So,
Okay, so I am assuming that as you're speaking, Julie is preparing the amendment, which is to remove the word deny, change that to approve, conditional on, and you identified at least 2 conditions. One, that services, and I see Director Maxwell's hand is up, so I must be doing something that's not right here. Over to you, Director Maxwell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just going to note that a zoning amendment can't have conditions attached to it. So if Councillor Fitzgerald was wanting to get confirmation of all those items, I think it would be better that he request a deferral pending recommendation that they can all be done prior to committee considering it for approval. But I don't know if that's, or we could do a holding as well.
I think,
yeah.
or I think the deferral, I think that seems fairly straightforward. I think if we get into a holding, then we're getting into more discussion around this table, and I don't think that's appropriate. So,
Madam Chair, if I just might add, we have done an agreement in the past, a site plan agreement that would make sure that all of those items are addressed through, if a zoning was to be approved, we could ensure that all those items are included in the site plan agreement. But whether or not confirmation that services could go in, we wouldn't know that until,
which would speak to a deferral as opposed to the holding, I think.
Yep.
All right. Councillor Fitzgerald, your hand is still up, and I know that Lanny, you have your hand up as well, but I would prefer to go to Councillor Fitzgerald first.
I would be equally pleased with a deferral or emotion. So
okay.
I'm fine with that, and then we can get all our ducks in a row.
Okay, so Councillor Stone, you had seconded the original amendment, so you're seconding the deferral motion as well. So I think I'm going to be looking at Julie at this point because I'm not seeing any other hands from committee to ask that new motion, which is simply be prepared and up on the screen. And maybe we need a minute. Crystal, you're back.
My apologies for interrupting. I just wanted to note that we do have an individual in the attendees list who has raised their hand. I believe it may also be one of the applicants. I just didn't know if you'd like me to bring them in at this time or not.
I think we've heard from the applicant at this point and appreciate, but at this point, we're now discussing our next step. And if it is a deferral, Lanny, you'd like to speak, and then
you know what, that's okay. I was the same comments I had came from the director as well, to deal with how you would implement the substance of what you're talking about. So I like that's, it's up to you guys. Now you're the decision makers. So thanks.
okay, thank you. I'm going to let, since the Councillor Fitzgerald is the one who proposed an amendment, I'm going to let Councillor Fitzgerald, I think he has said he's willing to put forward the amendment to defer. And that was supported by Councillor Stone. So that, from my perspective, is what we should deal with at this point. Unless you would rather have another amendment that says approve conditional on a holding. Wouldn't be my approach at this point, but Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Chair Alcock. Just to muddy the waters. If the director is convinced that we can cover all the bases with a holding or whatever mechanism she suggests, then I would say we move forward with the application for approval.
Okay, Director Maxwell.
Thank you, Chair Alcock. So if I can just confirm, Councillor Fitzgerald is looking for confirmation that the lot could be appropriately serviced, that the applicant would be agreeing to have the house sprinklered as well, not a condition of the zoning, but as a part of the approval, and that they would be recognizing that it was not on a year-round maintained road and couldn't anticipate services, municipal services. I believe we can. We would implement the two latter items through a site plan agreement if that was the way committee wanted to move forward with the application.
Okay, so Councillor Fitzgerald, are you satisfied that that's good enough?
That's correct, Director Maxwell. Thank you.
Okay, so I feel badly for Julie because we're sending different signals at this point. Councillor Stone, are you happy with that amendment?
I am. I don't know what the agreement's called, but we've done it for some others that say, you know what, you can build there, but we're not going to promise any emergency services or anything can get to you.
Right, and in the meantime, there will be a holding on it. The approval doesn't happen until any of these things fall into place. Right. Okay, so Julie, are you, do you need a couple of minutes to work on that? Probably, eh?
Yes, if that's acceptable, I would take a couple minutes just because there's been a lot of discussion. So I'd like to just confirm the language that should be included.
Okay, that's great. So I think that I can give you, it's 3 o'clock. I would propose that we come back at 3:05. Does that give everybody a break, biological break? And then at that point, I would suggest that I will bow out, and the meeting, I will be looking to Councillor Fitzgerald as vice chair will step in the chair's position to take over the rest of the meeting, although this is your amendment, Councillor Fitzgerald. Maybe I'll finish it and then I will bow out as we go to the next item. Okay, so I'll see you
Perfect.
everybody in 5 minutes, okay?
Thanks.
Okay, some of us are back. Julie,
Hi, Chair Alcott. I was just letting you know we're very, very close. So as soon as I have it ready and everyone's returned, then I'll share it, but we're very close.
good. I have to cut out shortly, so. And I apologize for that. Interesting items.
Just to comment, Chair Alcock, my compromise signal message has stopped, so I should be able to continue with video and audio.
That's a good thing.
Yes.
Both video and audio. It's a bit awkward, eh? Darned internet.
Does Lanny have a question?
Oh, you see, you're already does
No,
There you
no, I noticed my arm was getting sore from holding it up that long, but no, I don't have anything else to add.
could you put your hand down then? That confuses us. Thank you. Thank you, sir. This was a rather unusual agenda today.
I was going to suggest the same thing.
Okay, look at that. That's a long one. I have a motion moved by Councillor Fitzgerald, seconded by Councillor Stone. It is recommended that the following recommendation, it is recommended that, I think we have a couple of recommendations, but that can be corrected later. That Planning Committee recommend to Council that zoning bylaw amendment Z34/2021 HT be denied, the purpose and effect of which is to change the zoning from a rural 2 zone to a shoreline residential 4 zone to permit construction of a single detached dwelling on an undersized waterfront backlot be substituted as follows. It is recommended that Planning Committee recommend to Council that zoning bylaw amendment Z34/2021 HT be approved, the purpose and effect of which is to change the zoning from a rural 2 zone to a shoreline residential 4 holding zone, to permit construction of a single detached dwelling on an undersized waterfront backlot, and further that the holding provision may be removed and development may proceed upon the Director of Development Services being satisfied that the following has been completed. The completion of a site suitability assessment to confirm the site can be serviced on private individual well and septic servicing. The applicant entering into a site plan agreement with the town to recognize that access will be on a seasonally maintained road and that no municipal services will be available, and further that the dwelling must be fully sprinklered. Okay, thank you for that. I think there are a couple of things that could be corrected, but yes, Councillor Stone.
So there needs to be the written agreement that it's a seasonally unmaintained road and that no services will be provided by the town, whether it be clearing the roads or sending the fire trucks there.
Right, and I'm seeing Director Maxwell nodding yes, as in you're confirming that that is the implication of the wording.
Yes, that's correct. I think Councillor Stone might be recalling that when we've done a minor variance in the past, there was an agreement that was drafted through the minor variance process, but it is a separate type of agreement. When we're doing a zoning, we can only use a site plan as our tool if we want that agreement to reflect those items. So.
Okay. Councillor Stone, you still have a look.
Yes, I do have a look, sorry. Yeah, so I do think there needs to be an agreement that's signed. However, we do that so that there's no misunderstanding now or years from now that, hey, you're not taking care of this road like you should. And we want them to sign off on that.
Okay, is that something that we can ask them to do, Director Maxwell, as part of this?
The way the resolution is written is that it would require the development to go through a site plan agreement. The agreement would be registered on title. However, there is nothing that would prevent a future owner from requesting that the agreement be removed, or that they still could come and ask council to change the maintenance of the road. I mean, recognizing that an owner has signed that agreement, that's one thing, but a future owner could still
It doesn't
request.
prohibit a future
No.
owner, right?
Excuse me, if I can just ask the question again. So we had a woodland retreat that is going to be lived in year round on Old Centurion Road, and they had to sign an agreement.
Yes, and that was through a minor variance process. And so the agreement that we were able to use under the Planning Act is a minor variance agreement. So it was not a site plan agreement. It has the same, no. And in a zoning amendment, it would be a site plan agreement that we would use.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, Your Worship.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Not that I'm going to support this resolution anyways, but I do not think that it should be on the table without consultation with the operations department.
Oh, okay. But it's on the table. So, all right. I don't think there's anything prohibiting us from proceeding with this. I hear you. I think that's a good comment, but I think it's on the table. So, all right. Councillor Armour.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd really like to know if the applicant really is understanding what we're dealing with here right now, and restrictions that we're putting on this piece of property. I think they need to be, maybe deferring would be a better idea with all these rules coming into play if they don't really understand what we're talking about here today.
Well, that's possible, but we have a councillor who's asked that this motion, unless the councillors who have put this motion forward and seconded it change their mind, there is nothing wrong with this motion being considered. I don't think, unless you're asking us to withdraw that. Both Councillor Fitzgerald and Councillor Stone, do you still want to move ahead with this motion? Yes. Councillor Wiebe, you've had your hand up.
Thank you, Chair Alcock. I think while yes, we have done similar type of approvals in the past, I don't know that it still represents good planning, especially in this particular spot. I find it's a bit awkward with what it leads to and who uses and who doesn't. I think Director Maxwell's response does signal in my mind that we could be in for a little bit more complicated process than we think. I think that the owners are here for this very reason. So I think this is what they want, restrictions and all. I think that this is the type of motion that we're hoping for today. But I also think that if this does pass, which I'm not going to support today, but if it does pass, I also think that there needs to be a better look at legal from the legal perspective, because it's all well and good to say we're not going to provide services. If everyone's sitting in a courtroom years from now trying to point fingers, that may not hold up. So I hope there's more due diligence to come, but I still won't vote to support today.
Okay, thank you for that. So both you and Your Worship have said that while you're not supporting it, won't support it, if it goes forward, there are two other areas that should be consulted, both protective services as well as legal. So I think that if you were both fluctuating, I'd probably suggest that maybe additional wording be put in there through the site plan agreement or whatever, but I think you're both saying you're not supporting it. So I don't think we should spend more time on trying to add to an emotion that we don't know, right? So if there, yes, Councillor Weep.
No, I totally agree. I think that I guess what I'm saying is that anticipate a question from me in 2 weeks about legal,
Right.
if this is at council.
Okay, gotcha. Here, loud and clear. All right, I'm not seeing any other questions with respect to the amendment, so I am going to call the question. All those in favor of the motion that is before us? And all those opposed? And that does not pass. So that's that. A quick question. That was an amendment. Do we go back to the old? I guess we go back to the original motion that I read. I'm quick from Crystal or Julie, just to refresh my memory. I'm getting a yes from Crystal. How about that? So I've read that motion. Perhaps, Julie, could you put it on the screen one more time? I won't read it. Just give everybody a refresher as to what that motion was.
Sorry, Chair Alcock, just confirming you want the original motion shared on
Yes,
this.
because we've just denied the proposed amendment.
Thank you.
Your worship.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the original motion, I will propose a new amendment to defer until such time as we address the roads and operations concerns and legal concerns, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay. All right, that's good. So with that new motion for deferral, which is where we were going to go before Councillor Fitzgerald decided to move us in a different direction, but that's okay. But at this point, given that new direction, Julie, I'm sure that you probably have something close to being prepared for that, that her worship has now moved. Do I have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Stone. It will be seconding that motion. And at this point, I'm going to turn to Vice Chair Fitzgerald to take over this meeting because I'm woefully late for my next appointment. So thank you all. Good luck with the rest of the meeting. And maybe you need a couple of minutes just to get that next one going. Okay, ciao.
Thank you, Chair Alcock. Are you raising your hand, Director Maxwell?
Thank you, Vice Chair Fitzgerald. I'm just confirming that you would like the amended motion to address the fact that the town would be seeking a legal opinion on whether or not wording in an agreement, whichever type of planning agreement we're discussing, would be valid for future owners. Is that's what you're looking at as part of this deferral?
I believe the concern was from the worship and Councillor Weeb, so maybe we should clarify with them.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. We are dealing with already built homes on roads that are not town maintained, whether they're seasonal or not at all. And we are going back in records that have written agreements that say they won't expect any maintenance in the future, and they don't seem to be standing up. So I think that there needs to be some consultation within the Roads and Operations Department that is faced with all of these problems when they arise. And whatever legal you need, I'm not suggesting legal consultation, but if that's what we need to find out if these agreements stand up or not, But we're just creating ourselves new problem after new problem until we address some of these.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will, review and make sure that we get that into the resolution. I think ultimately, if I would just reiterate that this likely is part of the rationale as to why planning staff have recommended denial, because we're not sure that there's anything we could do that would ever prevent these sorts of situations arising in the future. So.
While we're waiting, I think the whole motivation of this is to try and provide buildable lots that are responsibly developed where they can be. It seems unfortunate about the non-maintained municipal roads, but real estate is just so hard to come by. People can't find places to build. Should we consider background music for these interludes in the future? All right. Thank you for putting that up on the screen, Julie. And that was moved by Mayor Terziano and seconded by, please refresh my memory, by Councillor Stone.
Yes.
It is recommended that the matters zoning bylaw amendment Z34 2021, it should be 2022, HTE, Bird and Barrett be postponed until such time as the matter has been reviewed further with legal counsel and the operations department. All in favor? And that's carried. Thank you, everyone. That was a doozy.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time today, committee. I really appreciate it. Thanks.
Thanks, Laney. All right. Moving along to Z29 2022 HTE Whimsamica Holdings Inc. 24 Meadow Park Drive.
Thank
Richard.
you, Mr. Chair. And happy 2022 to all the committee. So thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. The subject property is located at 24 Meadow Park Drive. And I'm just going to share my screen now. So I am notified that you can see that. The lot is designated urban residential and zoned residential 1. The property has an approximate area of 1,701 square meters and 37.7 meters of frontage on Scott Street and 42.3 meters of frontage on Meadow Park Drive. This is Scott Street, and this is Meadow Park Drive. The property is currently developed with a 4-unit residential building that was damaged in a fire in 2020, I believe. The applicant is proposing to replace the fire-damaged 4-unit building with a 3-story plus basement, 271 square meter, 12-unit residential building. The development resembles a townhouse development and contains 4 units below grade, 4 units at grade, and 4 two-floor units on the 2nd and 3rd floors. The development is oriented to the west side of the property. I've got, that would be here, the west side. And to facilitate this development, the applicant is requesting a zone change to change the zoning from a residential 1 zone to a residential 4 holding zone, with exceptions to permit a maximum of 12 dwelling units contained within a 3-story multiple residential building, to recognize Meadow Park as the frontage, as the front lot line, to reduce the minimum required interior side yard setback from 6 meters to 4.5 meters for balconies, to reduce the minimum required rear yard setback to the building from 10 meters to 9 meters, and to reduce the minimum required setback for refuse collection areas from the lot line abutting a public street from 9 meters to 3 meters. And finally, to reduce the minimum required dimensions for parking lot aisles and spaces as shown on a special property detail schedule, which will look exactly like this figure. The holding provision, would be imposed on the property, and it would be imposed to adequately address community benefits and satisfy district comments respecting water and sewer capacity allocations. The urban residential designation in the official plan permits higher density development along with various other housing options, with the gross density set in the official plan at between 25 and 60 units per gross hectare. The gross density proposed in this instance is approximately 70.5 units per gross hectare. However, it's noted that this development is intended to provide long-term rental accommodation units, and the owners have been open to providing community benefits to the surrounding neighborhood to support this added density. And on density, it amounts to 2 extra units over and above what would have been permitted in the zoning bylaw and the official plan for a high density development. To help address missing links, pedestrian links identified in the town's master sidewalk plan, it's been recommended that that pedestrian infrastructure be supported where appropriate on Scott Street and Meadow Park Drive boundaries of the property to offset the increase in density beyond the rate supported in the official plan. As an added community benefit, staff also encouraged the applicant to explore incentives offered by the Muskoka Affordable Housing Initiative program and consider committing to offering a portion of their units as attainable housing through this development. However, this was not pursued. Where new development in the urban residential designation is at a higher density than existing development, as is proposed here, the development should be designed in an appropriate fashion to address things like height transition, density, massing, incorporate setbacks, and consider design features that mitigate potential impacts between new and existing development. As was noted previously, the layout of this development will ensure density is set back from the adjacent low density development on the other side of Scott Street. So it's oriented instead towards the west, where there is higher density structures on the west side. The building's also designed with a compact footprint. It's only 271 square meters. and it includes units that are below grade, which effectively hides some of the density. Also, from notes in the planning justification report, it's understood that vegetative screening buffers are to be utilized between the parking area and Scott Street, where appropriate, to mitigate visual impacts and help blend the development into the surrounding lands. This is, these elevations show what the building would look like from various orientations. And the height is proposed to be 10.7 meters, which falls below the 11 meters that would be permitted in a residential 4 zone. The site photos shown here show existing conditions on site. It should be noted that a stormwater management report was submitted in support of this application, along with a functional servicing report and a traffic impact study, or traffic impact brief. The traffic impact brief concluded that the traffic generated by this development will not have any material impacts to the operations of the wider road network. So just looking at some of these photos, you can see that their main, or King Williams, is just beside the property, and there's existing commercial development behind it. And this is the higher density residential development I was referring to the west, which is District of Muskoka Housing. And I think that's all I have to share. The application was circulated in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act, and written comments were received from surrounding residents. At the time of writing staff's report, 1 letter of objection and 1 letter of support were received. However, within the last 24 hours, 5 additional letters of objection were received and forwarded to committee. Common concerns voiced related to the height and density of the development, which are considered out of character, the potential for related impacts associated with traffic and overflow parking, and exacerbation of historical drainage problems. One commenter noted that a 2-story, 8-unit residential development may be more appropriate and leave more area for green space. In one instance, concerns relating to dangerous intersection movements at Scott Street and Meadow Park Drive were also noted, along with concerns about pedestrian connectivity and neighborhood drainage problems. The district provided comments, which are appended to the report as attachment 7. Town building staff requested that signage be posted in the parking lot to identify small car only spaces or similar measures where spaces are below the minimum length typically required in the zoning bylaw. And this is to avoid any obstruction to the fire route. This comment can be addressed through site plan control. It should be noted that some minor changes to the 3rd and 4th bullets in the exception in our recommendation would be necessary to clarify that the 4.5 meter setback is to balconies, not to all buildings. And that's if committee chose to approve this application. And I have a motion ready to provide should the chair request it. The application appears to conform to the policies of the town official plan and be consistent with the provincial policy statement. Therefore, staff is recommending that the application be approved with a holding provision in place as noted in the report. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Richard. I would now call upon the applicant or the representative to provide any additional comments.
The applicant or their representative are invited to use the raise hand button to indicate that they would like to address committee. And I do see 1 hand raised.
Let's bring them in.
A reminder to please have your microphone and video if possible turned on before you begin speaking, and confirm your name and mailing address.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Savas Veratis of Plan Muskoka. Mailing address PO Box 5384, Huntsville, Ontario, P1H 2K7. I'm here this afternoon representing the applicants as their agent and as a professional planner. I guess I'd like to first say that I do agree with the recommendations made by staff. They've raised a lot of good points about this application and this proposal. I'll try not to reiterate many of them in my presentation. I'll just try to add some additional information where needed. So basically, to start off, as you've heard already, the proposal is for a 12-unit multiple residential building. It's 3 stories in height in a stacked townhouse style unit design. Presently, there is a 4-plex on the subject lands. The lands are actually zoned R1. So this 4-plex, whenever it was legally established, I'm not exactly sure when, it's actually a legal non-conforming land use. I'm not sure how this property has not been rezoned R3 at some point in time, but it still remains R1. So this is, but there is I guess what you could probably consider a medium density residential land use already established on the lands for a long period of time. So to implement the proposal, as you've heard Richard say in his presentation, there's some setback exceptions that are required, some parking standard reductions. So there's no reduction in the number of parking spaces required. That actually complies with the bylaw. It's just some small tweaking of aisle widths and space lengths. There's some density being requested to be added to the site in the terms of 2 units, as Richard's already mentioned, and a setback to refuse collection area reduction from the street line. I just want to clarify that that's not like a large bin style garbage sort of collection area that's being proposed on the site. It's just simply the area where the normal sort of residential bins would just be sort of, held or I guess arranged until they're pulled out to the curb for pickup. So the area has been described partially by Richard. I'll just add a little bit to it. As you've seen, this property is located very close to King William Street. It's on the backside of the properties that front onto King William Street at the corner of Scott and Meadow Park. For those who are unsure of where Scott is, Scott Street is the street that's in between the Capstone Gas Bar and Tim Hortons and the Shoppers Drug Mart in town. There's medium and high density residential land uses located west of the subject lands. This was described as district housing by Richard. It's basically a combination of apartment style units and some semi-detached style units. There's commercial directly to the north, which is the Shoppers Drug Mart, and sort of the northeast being the gas bar that I mentioned. And there's low density residential uses, but they're all located across both Scott Street and Meadow Park to the south and to the east of the subject lands. This land, you could sort of view it as a transitional property between the low density residential land uses that exist south of King William Street and the commercial, higher density commercial uses that exist on King William Street. I think there was a lot of good merit that was raised by Richard in his presentation. I think I'm just going to key in on one additional point of merit, and that's the official plan provides criteria as to when to consider multiple residential land uses in the residential designation. This property, it hits all those criteria, and I'm just going to go through them one by one. It shouldn't take me too long here. First of all, compatibility with surrounding land uses is expected when contemplating multiple residential land uses in certain areas of town. When you look again, as I've already described, at the land uses that are adjacent to the subject lands, they are complementary to what's being proposed. And the low density, what's great is that the low density residential land uses are all located across from the street from the subject lands, it being a corner lot. So it isn't directly abutting any low density residential land uses. Another criteria is that when locating it, you have to ensure that sort of a transitional design to the building and the proposal can be implemented when adjacent to low density residential. So again, it's not adjacent to low density residential, but what's great about this is that it's being oriented in a way that it's far from the low density residential that's located along Scott Street, and the narrow side of the building faces the low density residential that's located on the other side of Meadow Park Drive. So it does in a way mitigate the effects of the massing of the building when viewed from those low density residential land uses in the area. The OP also says that vegetative buffers should be included when, in order to mitigate impacts to surrounding land uses. There is more than enough area on the site to provide those buffers, and a landscape plan will have to be part of any site plan approval for this proposal. And I have no reason to believe why there wouldn't be appropriate landscaping and buffering being able to be provided through that site plan approval process. Open space amenities and landscaping be included in the site. I've already talked about landscaping. There is enough area likely to have a small open space amenity area for the residents that will live in this building, but there also will be balconies or patios that are able to be used by the people who are living there as well. And just to add to that as well, Meadow Park itself is located a few minutes walk down Scott Street to the southeast of the subject land. So they have picnic tables, children's play area, tennis courts, those types of amenities as well too. So those are located really close by. Another thing that the official plan requires is that multiple residential proposals be located near community facilities, shopping facilities, recreational uses, etc. So again, I've mentioned already, Meadow Park is located nearby, and it has some recreational amenities that go along with it. This building or this property is actually really sort of strategically located in a good spot of town where you're within close walking distance to Shoppers Drug Mart, which is located next door. The Huntsville Place Mall, which is probably about a 5-minute walk from the subject lands, which has Metro, the grocery store. Canadian Tire is actually not located very far from here, probably again about 5 to 10 minute walk from the subject lands. There's the gas bar across the street from the property, and which has a Tim Hortons as well. It's also located just generally close to the central business district as well. It's probably about a 10 to 15 minute walk down to the urban core of Huntsville, where you'll find restaurants, entertainment, shopping, institutional uses, and everything like that. So this property is situated in a part of town where a lot of these amenities and requirements for people living in that building are actually within walking distance and not necessarily required to be driven to. The official plan also says that municipal infrastructure should be available to properties that are contemplating multiple residential land uses. Again, this is on a year-round roadway, and water and sewer is available on site. So, you have all the municipal services you require for such a land use. And finally, it says that it needs to be in close proximity to arterial or collector roads. Obviously, King William Street is our largest arterial road. It's located within a 1-minute walk from this property. This gives it access to existing and or future public transit options that exist in the town of Huntsville, and obviously gets them close to a lot of the amenities already described. So really, this property hits a lot of these criteria in the official plan, where these types of land uses should be located. It seems to be a perfect spot for some higher density residential. The official plan, specifically when we're talking about density here, because I know Richard had mentioned that there's a 2-unit increase in density proposed for this. The official plan actually says that it allows for increases in density when there's community benefits provided and or recreational community facilities. So the applicants, as you've heard, are proposing to have agreed, I guess, and it'll be probably implemented by way of an agreement to construct sidewalks on Scott Street and along Meadow Park Drive for the 2 frontages that the property has. This is part of, I guess there's like a linkage plan or like a sidewalk plan that town of Huntsville has. So this sort of plays right into that in terms of providing those linkages where they don't currently exist, and sets up for future sidewalk connections in that area as well. As Richard mentioned, there's been some objections to the application. A lot of the objections dealt with the density, as we've already described. It's only 1.8 units more that's being proposed. That normal R4 zone would normally permit. So again, it's not a gigantic increase to density, and we feel like the sidewalk connections play off of that as well. And there's a lot of objections spoke about parking. I did mention that the parking facilities, there's the right amount of parking for this proposal. There's not a reduction to the parking standards in terms of numbers of spaces being proposed. So there should be enough parking to accommodate that. Plus, it's a property that allows for people to live there who may not own a vehicle. Traffic concerns were raised. Again, as Richard had mentioned, a traffic study has been prepared in support of the proposal, and there was no concerns relating to traffic flow or the number of cars being created by this proposal on the adjacent streets to the subject lands. And finally, there were some drainage concerns that were raised. And as Richard has already mentioned, there's a stormwater management plan and site servicing brief provided for the proposal, and that will be implemented in its final form through site plan approval. We don't expect that there should be any concerns with drainage coming off of this property as a result of that. So just in conclusion here, Huntsville is obviously in need of housing. This is a development that seeks to add 12 units to the urban area of Huntsville. The exceptions required to implement the proposal appear fairly minor in comparison to what it brings to the table here, particularly when you're looking at the location of the site, which seems very much adequate for this type of land use. So in final, I just want to say that I support staff's recommendation for approval, but I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have. And the applicants themselves are present as well if you have any specific questions for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Savis. Appreciate your presentation there. At this point, I would like to know if there are any members of the public who would like to address the committee on this application.
Members of the public are reminded to use the raise hand button to indicate that they would like to address committee. And I do see 2 hands raised, so I will start with the first one.
Thank you.
A reminder to please ensure that you have your microphone and video if possible turned on, and confirm your full name and mailing address before beginning your comment.
Hi there. Hello, everyone. We're the applicants, actually. My name is Tim Sesnick, and this is my wife, Carolyn. Our address in Huntsville is 1592 North Mary Lake Road, P1H1R9. But of course, the subject property that we're talking about today is 24 Meadow Park Drive. Thank you to the committee for hearing our application today. I just want to put a little color on this for you. You've heard a lot from Richard and from Savis already. We're longtime seasonal residents of Huntsville. We love the town. We want to see the town, thriving. We want to see the character of Huntsville maintained, and so we've thought a lot about that. When we had the unfortunate fire on the property, which was April of 2020, just when COVID was hitting, we got the phone call on a Saturday morning, and we quickly made our way to the property. And since that time, we've just been, considering different options and thought a lot about just fixing the property that was the building that was there, but realized that there is a shortage of housing in Huntsville. We have family who live in Huntsville all year round. My sister and my brother-in-law are in Huntsville, and they had a very difficult time actually finding appropriate housing when they first moved to Huntsville. And so we thought this was an opportunity when the fire happened that we could actually do something better with the property than just fix what's there. So we've taken a couple different stabs at trying to build the right kind of building on this property. We do care about what the neighborhood looks like. We care a lot about the character and what we'd be putting on the property. We know many of the neighbors. We've talked to some of them, and I think what you have in front of you now is a plan that really is the second kick at the can, if you will. We had an original plan that we thought, at the end of the day, we thought was overbuilding on the property. We didn't want to do that. So we decided to put forward a plan that looks, a stacked townhouse concept, which would work much better. We are committed to, as I said, building an area that's going to be beneficial to the community, that's going to look proper on the street. We are committed as well to providing community benefit as part of the development, as Savis mentioned and Richard mentioned, which would include obviously a sidewalk around the property. And we haven't talked to the town about other things that we may be able to do. Meadow Park is just down the road, obviously, and if there are things we can do for the park, that would be good too. But we'll have more conversations with the town as we get into the site plan agreement or approval phase. I just want to address a couple comments that were made by some emails that came in, people who were concerned about a few things. One of the comments was about the character of the building. It looks commercial. We're equally concerned about this, and we want to make sure that what we build that enhances the neighborhood. There was comments about green space, and if you look at the site plan, there is room for grass around the building, around the perimeter of the building and the parking lot. We will be putting a landscape plan together. We want trees on the property. We want it to look appropriate. So that I promise you we'll look after. The traffic and the parking, we've thought a lot about, and we had a study or a brief prepared, as you know. So we're confident that that's not going to be a problem. and along with the water and wastewater study that's been done so far. And we are committed to undertaking hydraulic modeling, which I know is something the district wants. And I just want to address one last thing, and that is affordable housing. So the tenants that we had in the building before, if you look at, the rent they were paying, they would count as affordable units. Those would have counted as affordable housing. And we took pride actually in able to provide housing to those individuals. And one in particular who, didn't have a car, needed to be close to the town, was able to walk to work. And that's the kind of community we think, the kind of value or benefit we can bring to the community by building something where it is. And also as far as affordable housing goes, we haven't considered yet or finalized how many units will be affordable, but we'd like to make some of them affordable units. That will partly depend on, doing the number crunching and figuring out from a financial perspective what we can afford to do there. But we do want to have some affordable units as part of the 12. And as far as the request for 12 units, whether it's 10 units or 12 units, it actually doesn't change the footprint of the building or the height of the building. It doesn't change any of that. It just changed how the units inside are configured. It does change the parking from 15 to 18 spots, but we think it fits on the property quite well. And just, given the cost of construction, which, as you know, is very high today and even higher in Muskoka than it is in many other parts of the province. And given the rental rates that can be charged, which is a little bit lower than it would normally be in some other parts of the, closer to Toronto, we felt that 12 units would actually allow the project to be economically more viable. And we think that it doesn't change the character at all. So anyway, I just want to make those comments and thank you very much for hearing our application today.
Well, thanks for sharing that with us. We appreciate that. We'll just get you to mute your microphone and turn your camera off. And I believe, Deputy Clerk, we had someone else that requested to come in.
Yes, we do. We have one more individual with their hand raised.
Let's bring them in.
Okay, I think I'm unmuted. Yes, I just have a concern about the information about water management.
Excuse me, could you just state your name and address for us, please? Thank you.
Judy Lacey, and my address is 11 Forest View Drive, P1H1G2. And currently on Meadow Park, after a heavy rain and during a heavy rain, there is a lot of water. Usually the whole road is completely underwater with a depth of perhaps 6 to 8 inches. This whole neighborhood area was originally a wetland. So of course, that makes sense. But with a lot of property being covered with concrete, such as parking lot and a larger footprint of the building, again, that's going to minimize water absorption and perhaps increase water to Meadow Park. And I don't know what has been put in place to mitigate that, but I think that is a big concern that does have to be addressed. I'm not against the building. I just think that there are things that should be addressed. And the other thing is I understand that there will be some affordable housing units, but I think perhaps that should be formalized a little bit more, because that is a very important thing for Huntsville. And just saying that according to financials, we will try and have some affordable housing does not necessarily mean that that will happen. So those are my 2 comments.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Deputy Clerk, do we have anyone else who would like to comment?
Members of the public are reminded to use the raise hand button to indicate that they would like to address committee. And I see no hands raised.
Perfect. Thank you. I would like to take it to committee. Are there any questions of committee regarding this application? Oh, I see Councillor Weeb was first with the visual hands, and I'll go with that. Councillor Weeb.
Sometimes you got to take up more screen. Thank you, Deputy Chair Fitzgerald, and thanks to everyone who's commented and presented so far. I'm reasonably impressed with what I see, but I do think the last few comments are pretty important. One being the water management. So I'd like to see kind of maybe a little more detail on how that's going to be dealt with. And a further comment would be what kind of vegetation and buffering would be placed around the parking area, and if it can be beefed up, because I think that can be a real cause for disruption, if you will, with cars, let's say, running in the morning to heat up, etc. You've got headlights and excess noise for the neighbors. So I think that's something to give a little more consideration to, a more robust buffer around the parking area. But other than that, I'm quite impressed. So thanks for the presentation.
Thank you, Councillor Weeb. I don't know who would like to address those concerns or questions. Do I have any takers? Let's go with Savis.
Oh.
Go ahead, Travis.
Okay. I think we obviously through you, Mr. Chair. I think we hear you out loud and clear, Councillor Weeb. But the water side of things, as you know, every site plan approval requires the approval of a stormwater management plan to go along with it. And one of the things that plan looks at is pre and post development flows. So they have to match, and I believe that through the report that's been provided, that's already being done. So I don't recall off the top of my head exactly which mitigative measure they use. Usually it's a combination of quality and quantity reductions, often by way of like swales and retention areas for water quantity to be checked back, and storm scepters and those types of things for cleaning water before it leaves the site as well. It's likely a combination of those two things that was proposed by by Pinestone Engineering, which did the plan, and that'll obviously be implemented through site plan control. In terms of landscaping, I don't think there's. I'm sure the applicants could probably confirm this, but I don't think they would have any problem ensuring that those buffers be beefed up or made more robust in order to help protect the neighborhood from sort of any negative impacts from that parking area. Just so you know, the zoning bylaw requires, I think it's a 1.8 meter buffer along the exterior lot lines of the property. So that would have to be done. There would be one running up behind the building adjacent to the other residential land use. And around the parking lot, there is already a requirement for landscaping. So I think all those areas would have to be landscaped regardless of what the applicants wish to do. And I think they would probably be able to, make that landscaping a little bit more robust in order to help mitigate those measures.
Yeah,
So-
we would love to. So we'd love to get.
I'd like to say something because it's the
Oh, okay, can you please just recognize that there's a flow to the meetings, and when I ask you to speak, you can speak. Thank you. Councillor Weeb, are you satisfied with that, or would you like to hear some more information from Mr. Clark, our planner?
No, I like that response. I think just going forward, whatever the plan, I mean, before it's finalized, it's just, I'm hoping that our staff are confident that it'll do what it's meant to do. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Weeb. Mayor Terziano.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Couple points, couple questions. I agree with Councillor Weeb on the water management, and I certainly understand the process. I hope our staff get involved in this because water management in that subdivision has been an issue ongoing, and so it might be a really good time for our staff to also get involved to see if there's some mitigation that we can do for the water issues on Meadow Park Drive, or I think it's particularly in the backyards. over there. I'm very curious to get more details on the pedestrian infrastructure that you're talking about. I'm assuming you're only meaning around the building itself?
Yeah, around Meadow, Scott.
Well, I actually would be right along Scott Street and along Meadow Park Drive. So for public use, the not just right around the building itself.
Okay, but are we talking about establishing a pedestrian walkway from King William along Scott right down to the corner and then down Meadow Park to the fallen corner?
From Shoppers.
I was expecting it would probably be from the driveway. Oh, you're smiling.
You're hoping. From Shoppers to the corner and then to the other end of our property on Meadow Park.
That's what we were contemplating, but I see where you're going with that.
And listen, that's no. seriously, that's great, and I think this is a real opportune time for our planning staff to engage our operations staff and consider extending those sidewalks or jumping onto the same bandwagon, because maybe even a sidewalk down to the playground area, and certainly the length of Meadow Park would be helpful. And I think Richard has something to add there. I just want to ask one more question, and then we'll get all the answers. The rental units, are they primarily 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom? What's the composition there?
The units are primarily 2 bedroom units. We had 2 bedroom units before, and that seemed to work well for tenants because they either had room for guests, or even if all of our tenants were pretty much single individuals, but they had that extra bedroom. So the layout right now is for 2 bedroom units.
Okay. And my final comment would be that I know we've had, lots of comments from residents in the neighborhood about height. And I get that for sure, but we had a meeting with developers not too long ago, and the reality of building in Huntsville is we have to start looking at going up because we're running out of land to build on in the urban core where it's serviced. So I get that 3 stories seems a lot, but I like the looks of the building, and I think it's only 2 over the permissions that are already in place. So I can support this.
And we thought too, Your Honor, about the Shoppers Drug behind is still much taller than our building will be. So it's because of where it's located, it seems to fit.
Okay, thank you for that. Did you have anything you wanted to add about the landscaping? Well, you have the opportunity now.
Just to say that we're committed to making this building look as nice as we can, the property as nice as we can. I don't know exactly what that will look like. But we'd seek the input of the town, a landscape architect, obviously. We've got some trees on the property now, obviously, and we want to make sure we're adding trees. So we'll probably end up with more trees after this than there are today on the property as a starting point, and then we can look at other landscaping that might make sense.
There would be a fence behind the unit, though, between the low-income housing and the building.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, probably.
I always mow the lawn, so it looks really nice. And I did the low-income housing, a couple of them as well, to make them look good.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. Over to you, Councillor Armour.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say thank you. I think this is a great opportunity for our town. This is something we need in our core. I know there's maybe concerns about more cars on the road, but I think that you'll find most of these people won't own cars. They can walk to where they need to go, and with the public transit we have. So it's a perfect opportunity. So, and the sidewalks, that's good. Thank you very much. And I think it's going to be a great addition. Great job. You got my support.
Okay, Councillor Stone, you had some questions.
Thank you. So yes, I'm liking what I'm seeing, and I love to hear that there's going to be a great site plan with lots of vegetation and plantings. Even amenity area was mentioned, which is wonderful. I'm wondering about vegetation or some screening around the garbage cans, which are going to be on the Meadow Park side, where I'm hoping to see that. But the one reason I put up my hand was because Meadow Park Drive is being redone this year. So I don't know if Richard, you've spoken with operations, and are they actually going to address the sewer and water runoff? Will they do that?
So if I may, through you, Mr. Chair, so we have had discussions with our operations staff. We didn't get into the full extent of their works, but it will be an opportunity to address all those things. And one of the things they'll be addressing is a pedestrian sidewalk. So the thought is, with this particular landowner, they would coordinate together and they would just come up with a value to contribute to those works. Whereas on Scott Street, it would be expected that they would design and construct it through their development. So that's the way forward. And I will definitely make sure that our operations department, if they're not already aware, that they are aware of these drainage concerns. And if there's any ditching, they look at ditching, they look at the whole profile of the road when they do that. So I would imagine that's already on their radar, but I would make sure that they're thinking about those things going forward too.
Thanks, Richard. Are there any further questions? All right. I just have to ask the clerk for the movers and seconders on this item. I can only have 2 computer screens I can pull up at a time.
Good afternoon. So we had originally listed Jonathan Weave as the mover, and you would have to choose a different seconder for that one.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Stone, thank you. All right, so moved by Councillor Weave, seconded by Councillor Stone.
Are we able to make the one change to the bullet that I was mentioning earlier to clarify that the 4.5 meter step back is to balconies, not the building?
Julie? I think we can. I'm asking our assistant.
Sure, certainly. So regardless, we'll have to read the mover and seconder in the original motion. And then at that time, if you choose to proceed with the amendment, we do have something prepared, which would need a mover and seconder for that to pass. And then you'd have the new amended motion to make your final vote on.
Wonderful. Okay, so moved by Councillor Weave, seconded by Councillor Stone. Is recommended that the Planning Committee approve zoning bylaw amendment said 29/2021 HTE, changing the zoning from a residential 4 R4 zone to a residential 4 holding R4H zone with an exception. And that didn't help at all. Okay. Exception to permit a maximum of 12 dwelling units contained within a 3-story multiple residential building. Recognize the Meadow Park Drive frontage as the front lot line. Reduce the minimum required interior side yard setback from 6 meters to 4.5 meters. Reduce the minimum required rear yard setback from 10 meters to 9 meters, both for the multiple residential dwelling. Reduce the minimum required setback for a refuse collection area from a lot line abutting a public street from 9 meters to 3 meters, and reduce the minimum required dimensions for parking lot aisles and spaces as illustrated on the property detail schedule, attachment 4, report 22 to 2022-8. And that the holding provision may be removed and development may proceed upon the Director of Development Services being satisfied that the following has been completed. Adequate provisions for pedestrian infrastructure along Scott Street and Meadow Park Drives are secured to the satisfaction of the Town of Huntsville, and necessary agreements are entered into to address these matters. Hydraulic water and wastewater modeling is completed to the satisfaction of the District Municipality of Muskoka, and the provision of municipal water and sewer servicing is addressed to the satisfaction of the District Municipality of Muskoka. All right. I will ask questions, concerns. Richard, where are you?
So yeah, I'm just recommending that those third and fourth bullets be fixed, and we have a motion that can remove and substitute those bullets for what would be appropriate. It's just the 4.5 meter setback says it's to the building, where it should say it's only to the balconies.
Okay, now I think should we have the wording before we get a mover and a seconder? Or should we have a mover and a seconder before we get the wording?
Good afternoon again. So you would just need a mover and seconder, and then I'll share that up. And then if you'd like to proceed with that amendment, you can carry that. And then the final one, you don't necessarily have to read it all again. I'll put it up on the screen and you can just make sure that everyone's in agreement.
Thanks, Julie. Councillor Weeb, you'd like to be a mover, and Mayor Terziano a seconder. Okay, and we'll give Ms. Wolf a moment. Moved by Councillor Weeb, seconded by Mayor Terziano. It is recommended that the following lines reduce the minimum required interior side yard setback from 6 meters to 4.5 meters, and reduce the minimum required rear yard setback from 10 meters to 9 meters, both for the multiple residential dwelling, be substituted as follows. Reduce the minimum required interior yard setback from 6 meters to 4.5 meters for balconies, and reduce the minimum required rear yard setback from 10 meters to 9 meters for the multiple residential building. Any last questions or concerns? All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. All right, we're moving along to Z33 2021 HTE Newport Adventure Camp Salvation Army. And Richard, you're up again.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. I do see Julie's got her hand
You
raised.
need to read the main motion as amended, Jay.
Oh, okay.
I can put it back on the screen, and it like the mover and seconder can be the same.
Okay.
So if I may suggest, if you want to just make sure that everyone's in agreement with as it's changed, and then I'll just put it up on the screen briefly and you can do your vote.
Perfect. All right, motion as amended is coming up on the screen. And it's moved by, again, Julie, Councillor Weeb, and Mayor Terziano. Seconded it. All in favor? Okay, that one's carried. Now we can move on. I'm having real difficulty because I have 3 screens up here, and it's very small in the print. So, Richard, are you ready to move on to the Newport Adventure Camp? Application Z33 2021 HTE. Please go ahead.
I'm ready, and I will move ahead. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank
the subject property is located at 120 and 133 Camp Newport Road. Oops, I'm just going to share my screen. The lot is designated waterfront and zoned institutional camp. Overall, the lands have an area of approximately 16 hectares, so they're quite large, with lands on the east side of Camp Newport Road having an approximate area of 1.4, actually, sorry, the west side of Camp Newport Road having an approximate area of 1.4 hectares and 177 meters of frontage on Skeleton Lake, and lands on the east side of Camp Newport Road, having an approximate area of 14.6 hectares with approximately 322 meters of frontage on Camp Newport Road. The applicant is proposing to rezone the subject lands from an institutional camp to an institutional camp with an exception to permit the redevelopment of a camp through removal of 7 41.3 meter square tent structures. And this is the area. And the addition of 5 44 square meter sleeping trailers. And again, this is the area where the redevelopment is occurring. And these are the 5 trailers. The existing and proposed buildings accommodate 70 campers overall. So the proposed redevelopment results in no net change to the current accommodation capacity at the camp, which is 262. Private institutional camps are permitted within the waterfront commercial, or permitted forms of waterfront commercial development within the waterfront designation. And these uses are considered traditional and vital components of the waterfront area and are to be retained and enhanced as is proposed here. Some of the site photos from a very cold January day. The majority of the camp buildings on site are low profile structures dispersed throughout the property and are hidden from view on the east side of Camp Newport Road behind a tree buffer. It's also noted, so this is along the shoreline portion of the property. This is Skeleton Lake, the shoreline buffer as it currently exists under heavy snow, and some of the shoreline structures on the west side of Camp Newport Road. This is where they have campfires. This is the entrance to the camp on the east side of Camp Newport Road. And this is what Camp Newport Road looks like. And the tent structures would be behind this tree buffer. This is the area where they used to have, sorry, not tent structures, the trailer structures. This is the area where they used to have the tent structures that have now been removed. And it's the area where they're putting in these new trailer structures. It's noted that the changes currently proposed are confined to that area of the camp. And the tallest buildings are the ones proposed for removal. So these changes will be mostly hidden from view. As such, the redevelopment proposed will have no adverse effects on the character of the surrounding waterfront community. To maintain an appropriate balance between the ecological integrity and function of the shoreline and the built form in the waterfront designation, a shoreline buffer measuring 50 meters in depth is required within the official plan. And for these types of camps, you are permitted an amenity area of 33% of your shoreline frontage allocated for amenities. In this instance, the applicant is committing to maintain and establish a shoreline buffer across 75% of their frontage. So they would be only using a 25% amenity area. Shoreline revegetation is to occur in a 70-meter wide portion of the shoreline frontage to achieve that shoreline buffer target. There are no changes in buildings and structures on this portion of the lands behind the shoreline buffer. And the proposed revegetation will help screen what is there from view. As the traveled portion of Camp Newport Road deviates from the road allowance in front of this property, staff has listened to the applicant and are recommending that the lands containing the road be transferred to the town. The proponent may choose to request that the unused portion of the unopened road allowance in front of their property be swapped, closed up, and conveyed to them in exchange for this dedication, but that would be addressed through a separate application process. And we would handle that through the site plan agreement process. The application was circulated in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act, and no written comments were received in response at the time of writing of the report. Since that time, comments from the Skeleton Lake Skeleton Lake Cottagers organization were submitted and provided to committee, as well as comments forwarded earlier today from a neighbor. Concerns noted by the Skeleton Lake Cottagers Association and the neighbors related to garbage dumpster maintenance along the front of their property, lighting, the road deviations, and the actual capacity of a dry hydrant that's located in front of the property. Of these concerns, it's noted that only the dark sky lighting is really considered a relevant planning related concern. And through the proposed redevelopment, this can be addressed through site plan control. The district indicated that they had no objections to this application. The application appears to conform to the policies of the official plan and be consistent with the provincial policy statement. Therefore, staff is recommending the application be approved, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have. I should note, I apologize, but there is a minor change to the resolution on this one also, as we referred to a holding provision, unfortunately, and that is not applicable in this instance. So, Mr. Chair, we do have a motion to amend ready to go. Should committee decide to approve this application, we should make sure we address that also. Apologies.
Thank you. All right, I will go to the applicant or their representative.
The applicant or their representative are reminded to use the raise hand button to indicate that they would like to address committee. And I do see 2 hands raised. Would you like me to bring them in at the same time?
Let's find out who they are, sure.
Good day.
Oh, hello.
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 I don't know.
So I guess we should determine who is going to speak first here and in what capacity.
I'll introduce myself. I'm Christopher Morden, Morden Engineering, 219 George Street, Belleville, Ontario, K8N 3H5. I'm the applicant, and I'm basically saying at this stage that I'm here available for questions, that the application has been well summarized by Richard Clark. And I'll leave it at that, but I'm here available for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Morden. Appreciate it.
I'm Major Chris. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Chris, please.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I'm Major Chris Ryder with the Salvation Army, 1 Carn Castle Gate, Scarborough, Ontario, M1T2A8. And I'm here to represent and just walk through the process that Richard has so well put forward to it. The gist of our application has been to remove the teepees, which were not conducive of our camping. Tenting in Muskoka 30-degree heat in a tent draws spiders and extra heats, and to bring dignity and better respect to our children that we're bringing in, we've opted to go with trailers as a replacement and not changing any of the footprint in that location as well. There is no change because there's no change to the numbers, there's no change to the water structure or the bathroom use or anything like that. And so all that is stable as well and will continue in that process. We've agreed and so happy when Richard and Chris came down for us to adjust the buffer on the waterfront. We've laid out a plan to make sure that we're compliant with that. And we're in agreement to switch the road allowance that is now the Camp Newport Road is on our property. We're going to switch, and we're in agreement to do that process. We're also in agreement with our our fellow neighbors to the garbage disposal system needs to be corrected and fenced in and corrected, and we will begin a discussion with the town of Huntsville around a building permit in order to get that fixed, do it. And we're in the process of changing our lighting structures anyway here. And so we will honor the system with a dark night system to reflect our neighbors here as well. So we have good neighbors. We like it here, and so we're very thankful. So
Very good. We appreciate that, and thank you for sharing that with us. Is there any members of the public that would like to speak to this? Deputy Clerk.
Members of the public are reminded to use the raise hand button to indicate that they would like to address committee. And I do see one hand raised. A reminder to please, a reminder to please ensure that you have your microphone and video if possible turned on, and confirm your full name and mailing address before beginning your comments.
Oh, here we are. Hello, can everybody hear me?
Good afternoon.
Yeah. Good afternoon. I'm Dan Duke. I live at 98 Camp Newport Road, just, I guess, north of the camp. We actually go back to the original owners of Newport House back in the 1880s. So we've been there, 130 years or so, long time. As it was mentioned about the road, part of Camp Newport Road is on our property. I've tried for probably 25 years to give it to the town of Huntsville. I would really like to give it to the town. I'd really like to clean it up. Because the road is on my property, I have to carry additional insurance, because if anybody crashes on that road, technically I'm exposed to, they could come after me in a lawsuit because they're on my property, and I know the town maintaining it. I'd really like to give it to you guys. I've tried unsuccessfully. I think in my comments, I tried to give it to Walt Schmid. I tried to give it to Hugh McKenzie. I tried to give it to Terry Serreris. I tried to give it to, I think, Sarah Brown when she was there. So I'd really like to get rid of it. I'll give it to you for $1. But if we could do it, I would really like to, I don't know what it's going to take to give you some land. I worked at MTO for 10 years and we had to do intense battles to get property, and here I am trying to give it to you to clean it up. So
I'm sure that we'll have some comments regarding that from either our manager or our director of planning. Thanks, Dan, for.
Yeah. Now there is another issue that I raised, and I think it's a dry hydrant down by the creek. It's also there was a cottage that burnt a couple of years ago. So I don't know if that is something that all of us on Newport Road could use if there's in case of a fire, if it's designed for that, or it is on public land. I know, I do a lot of this engineering stuff, and I don't think we'd be allowed to put a dry hydrant on a road allowance. So does anybody know what that's all about, or the capacity, or if the fire department can use it? It might be worthwhile taking a look at. I know a lot of the residents were interested in that.
I believe Mr. Clark has some comments to make there. Richard?
Yeah, if there was nothing else, I know that was a comment raised by Mr. Duke, so through you, Mr. Chair. I did look into the dry hydrant, and from what I'm told, it fed from well tiles from the lakeshore area. So in theory, it's got almost an infinite amount of water that it can pull from. And I'm told from our fire department that they would use it in whatever way they could to provide fire services to the people on Camp Newport Road. In terms of what was the other thing you mentioned? The road, yes, very important. Sorry, Dan. So yeah, I can't, we can't commit to anything, but I think through the process that we're going to be embarking on with the camp, I think it certainly makes sense to talk to other landowners where the road deviates to see if there's any appetite to clean this up. So I would definitely put that forward. I can't commit, but I would definitely put that forward to our agreements coordinator and let them know that that's something you're interested in also.
Your microphone is off,
Yeah.
Dan, if you want to speak.
Yeah, I've mentioned it to Brandon Hall many times, but maybe we can just get it to happen this time. Not often do you somebody offer you land for free, especially in waterfront property in Muskoka. Come on.
I'm sure any one of us would be interested in it personally.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Thanks, Dan, for that.
Okay.
I'll ask our deputy clerk if there is anyone else that would like to comment regarding this.
Again, if there are any members of the public who would like to speak, please use the raise hand button to indicate you would like to address committee. And I'm seeing no hands raised.
Okay, thank you. I will go to committee. Are there any questions of committee regarding this application? I am seeing none. Dan, you can probably excuse yourself now. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Armour? A seconder? Councillor Stone? Moved by Councillor Armour and seconded by Councillor Stone. Is recommended the Planning Committee approve zoning bylaw amendment application Z 33/2021 HTE, changing the zoning from an institutional camps CS3 zone to an institutional camp CS3H for holding zone, with exception to permit the redevelopment of the camp as illustrated on property detail schedule attachment 3 report DEV 2022-9, and limit a maximum of 262 persons to be accommodated on the lands. All in favor? Julie, you have a question?
Yes, sorry, it was, and I'm not sure if it is too late at this point, but there was the amendment, I believe, that Richard had mentioned. So we did have something prepared, but I'm not sure if we'll have to pass a motion to review it. I might actually see if Crystal might be available
Crystal?
for a quick question, if she doesn't mind.
If committee would like to go back and entertain that that recommendation, then committee would need to reconsider the motion they just passed.
Let's make it really interesting this meeting.
Please just
I'm
note,
sure,
sorry, Councilor Fitzgerald, just note that this motion also requires a 2/3 vote.
yes, so I'm sure that information is pertinent enough that we should revisit this. And I'm sure manager of planning will agree with me. So we need a motion to reconsider. Is that correct?
So I might just, through you, if that's okay, just to take a minute to prepare something and we can put it back up.
Sure, that would be great.
Thank you for your patience.
Prepare the motion to amend as well.
Do you guys need a 2-minute break? Take 2 minutes. Okay.
Mr. Chair, I'll just check if they're ready with that motion to reconsider.
Thank you.
I think we're about ready to go with something here.
Perfect. All right. Need a mover and a seconder to reconsider.
Yep.
And I have Mayor and Councillor Stone. Moved by Mayor Teresiano, seconded by Councillor Stone, as recommended. Agenda item 6.4, report number DEV 22-9, Z 33 2021 HD Newport Adventure Camp Salvation Army 120 and 133 Camp Newport Road be reconsidered. Okay. Now, moved by, again, Mayor Teresiano and Councillor Stone. Is that fine?
You got
Is
to call
rec-
the vote on the reconsideration.
Oh, sorry. All in favor of reconsidering this? That's carried. Mayor Teresiano, would you like to move this motion? Councillor Stone, second. Moved by Mayor Teresiano, seconded by Councillor Stone, as recommended. The Planning Committee approves zoning bylaw amendment application Z 3321 HDE, changing the zoning from an institutional camp CS3 zone to an institutional camp holding CS3H zone with an exception. It's been removed from my screen. I need to read the first motion, do I not? In its entirety?
No, just
Permit-
just read the amendment, Jay, and then the main motion as amended.
So to a limit of 262 persons and accommodated on the lands.
Sorry.
And the motion as amended. You're just going to share that with us, Julie. Thank you. Moved by Mayor Teresiano, seconded by Councillor Stone. Is it recommended the following words be deleted? Institutional camp holding CS3H, and further that the following words be inserted in their place: institutional camp CS3. Questions? All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, everyone, for your patience.
Sorry. I'm back again. We just have to move the main motion now, which I don't need to put it necessarily back up, but if you want to just call the vote on that one, and then that will conclude this section.
All in favor of the main motion as previously read? That's carried. Thank you again for your patience. All right, Richard, please carry on with Z36 2021 HTE Bullion 190 Chaffee Township Road.
Great, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. The subject property is located at 190 Chaffee Township Road. I'll just share my screen. The lot is designated urban residential and zoned rural residential. The lot has an area of approximately 6,718 square meters and 35 meters of frontage on Chaffey Township Road, which is a private road in front of this lot. The applicant wishes to add, is proposing a rezoning. They want to rezone the subject lots from a rural residential zone to a rural residential zone with an exception to permit a transportation service for a taxi dispatch service business as an additional permitted use on the subject lands. The use was established unlawfully on the lands in 2019, and charges were subsequently laid under the Planning Act. To address the issue, the applicant has submitted this zoning bylaw amendment application and wishes to continue using the single detached dwelling on the property as a residential dwelling unit alongside the taxi dispatch service business. This is a sketch that was provided showing the property and some site photos that were taken recently. So the urban residential designation in the official plan includes areas that play a key role in contributing to the character of Huntsville's urban settlement area and include areas set aside for a suitable mix of housing. Small scale convenience commercial uses that service the immediate residential areas are permitted within the urban residential designation, providing they result in no significant negative impacts on the residential character or safety of the neighborhood. They're located on a through street with the capacity to handle increased traffic, and they maintain adequate buffers to surrounding residential uses. Although the proposed taxi dispatch operation is intended to service residential landowners, this use is not permitted in the urban residential designation itself. In general, transportation service uses involving frequent trip generation to and from a property by numerous motor vehicles are considered an intensive use that would be more appropriately located in employment lands, where impacts on surrounding residential neighborhoods would be avoided. In this instance, the taxi dispatch service business would not appear compatible in proximity to surrounding residential neighborhoods, as it would increase traffic on a private road that is not suitable for such a use and could compromise health and safety for surrounding residential landowners along Chaffey Township Road. As the private road is also not a through road, the taxi vehicles frequenting the property and the potential safety, noise, and lighting concerns this brings are all concentrated on lands situated along the private road. As can be seen in site photos, no buffers are provided between the area for parking of the motor vehicles on the lot and the private road, which is here, to help mitigate impacts. And there appears to be insufficient space to allow for buffers to be established given the constraints associated with steep slopes on the north side of the existing dwelling. And you can see some of the slope in some of the pictures. As the lot is in a future service area, servicing policies in the official plan are considered, and some development is allowed on private services. And this lot is serviced by private individual well and septics. Some development is allowed on such lots. However, there are criteria that need to be considered, and it must be clear that the proposed development would not preclude the eventual connection to full services when they become available, and not preclude future urban intensification. So this is to promote the orderly progression of growth by ensuring interim development supports the town's ability to meet future residential intensification targets. Based on this objective and the fact that such an intensive use could impact future residential development on surrounding lands, it would not appear appropriate to permit the establishment of such an incompatible use in this location. The application was circulated in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act, and written comments were received from 3 individuals. The first was a letter of objection, and it was appended to the report as attachment number 5. The second was a letter of support, which was provided to committee members yesterday, and then there was another letter of objection received earlier today. The letters of objection spoke to the frequency of trips generated by the taxi dispatch service use, as well as concerns associated with safety. In other comments, there was concerns cited about impacts on quality of life, safety, and financial concerns related to the private roads maintenance resulting from increased traffic. The district provided comments which are appended to the report as attachment number 4. And according to the district, the Muskoka official plan does not contain specific policies in respect to this type of development on private roads. But they did note that they would not object to the application provided that council is satisfied that health and safety can be adequately addressed and that the services and access are appropriate for the proposed use. The application appears not to conform to the official plan. Therefore, staff are recommending that the application be denied, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Richard. All right, is the applicant or the applicant's representative wishing to speak on this matter?
The applicant or their representative are reminded to use the raise hand button to indicate that they would like to address the committee. And I do see one hand raised. A reminder to please have your microphone and video, if possible, turned on before you begin speaking, and please confirm your name and mailing address.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is
Welcome.
Sean Bouillon. My name is Sean Bouillon. I'm the owner at 190 Chaffee Township. P1H 1C80 is my address. I'm a member of the First Nations of the Anishinaabemowin people. To address the concerns of the traffic in the area, I think it needs to be brought up and pointed out that we're in a global pandemic and the current traffic is not normal. The 6 vehicles we have in a 24-hour period that come and go are for washroom uses. Most of the public washrooms in town have been closed during the pandemic. To address the road maintenance, I maintain the road. I bring in gravel when potholes are made. I plow the road. As the pictures, I have 2 tractors I do that with. The other increased traffic is from the M1 property that abuts mine from Randy Blaine Construction. That's transports coming up and down the road. There's 2 companies operating out of there at the moment. For the land buffers, I'm more than willing to put up a fence that would comply with bylaws and coding. I just can't do it right now because it's winter. But that is the plan come summer, is to apply for a fence permit and comply with any fencing permits and regulations through the bylaws that would allow me to build a fence to completely screen view of my entire yard from the general public. We've operated independent taxi in the town for almost 15 years now. And typically other dispatch service companies are also located in a rural residential area, with exceptions on them. And I think that's all my points at the moment.
Okay, thanks, Sean. If you just shut your video and audio off, well, if there's any questions, we'll come back to you. Are there any members? Are there any members of the? Oh, this is interesting. Are there any other members of the public that would like to discuss this matter?
Members of the public are reminded to use the raise hand button to indicate that they would like to address committee. And I do see 2 hands raised. Oh, now 1. So I'll bring that individual in.
Thank
A
you.
reminder, no problem. A reminder to please ensure that your microphone and video, if possible, are turned on, and please confirm your full name and mailing address before beginning your comment.
Hello.
Welcome.
Hi. I have poor quality internet, so I'm unable to get the video going.
Okay, if you could just say your name and address, that would be great.
Okay. My name is Jill Thurston. My mailing address is 246 Kingham Road, Acton, Ontario, L7J 2P8. I do, however, own a home on Chaffee Township, and I have, during the COVID lockdown, have been residing here. There is quite a bit of commercial traffic on this road in the last few years. I will agree to that, but mainly it is, unfortunately, the taxi company constantly up and down this road. If you do need surveillance, I do have cameras stationed around my home and can provide proof if required. But I've also noticed these taxi companies pulling into my neighbors' driveways in the wee hours of the night. At one time, 3 o'clock in the morning in front of my home. And my dog started barking. I look out and there he is, just sitting there idling. And about 15 minutes later, drove back up the street. So as far as them, in the circumstances where we are in COVID and not too many people are traveling, they are going up and down the road this much. I would hate to see how much they will be traveling up and down the road when we are out of lockdown and restrictions. There's no sidewalks. Pedestrians are trying to walk up and down the roads with their children and animals. And there are a lot of commercial vehicles on this road. I would like to see if something can be looked into further about it, but as far as the taxi company, it's quite often.
Okay, well, thank you for your input. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Crystal, is there a second hand there still, or is?
Yes, I did see a hand just raised. So I'll bring them into the meeting now.
Thank you very much.
Just a reminder to please confirm your full name and mailing address before beginning your comments.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Ken Hewitt. I live on 223 Chaffee Township Road in Huntsville, and my mailing address is, or my postal code is P1H1C8. In watching the videos or the movies that, the pictures that Richard put on, it was my concern about how messy the yard looks all the time. And in response to Mr. Bouillon saying that he maintains the road, he does help maintain the road, but he doesn't do all the maintenance on the road. I have a tractor that I do some maintenance, and yesterday, as an example, at, I would say 3 o'clock, it hadn't been plowed yet. So I done the whole road before they even got started going. So he doesn't do all the maintenance, and the cars are in and out of this road like many, many times a day, with lights shining across into our house because there's no privacy fence or nothing. And it's just, the 30-foot right of way just can't seem to handle the amount of traffic that on our road that we have to deal with all the time. And it's just one of those things that it's a 30-foot right of way, and it can't take all the traffic that comes in and out. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Ken. Appreciate that. Appreciate your comments. Was there anyone else, Crystal, that had comments?
Yes, I do see another hand raised.
Okay, let's bring them in.
Will do. A reminder to please confirm your full name and mailing address before beginning your comments.
Can everybody see me?
We can hear you. We cannot see you. Hearing is good enough. There, now
There
we
we
can
go.
see you.
My name's Randy Blaine. I'm the owner of 200 Chaffee Township Road, and I run Randy Blaine Construction and Sunspace of Huntsville from that area. The postal code is P1H1C8. I agree with the concerns of Mr. Hewitt and Mrs. Thirsting 100%. But I guess an issue or a thought that I'd like to bring up for council to consider is the fact that he's been operating as a taxi service in a residential area illegally for nearly 3 years. And I think providing the applicant with the ability to move forward would be sending wrong message to other local businesses that follow the rules of how we operate in the lands as it relates to any bylaws or rules that the town sets out. I think in particular, you know, myself as a builder, when we go into property, that's one of the first things that we look at is what is the zoning of the property, and to ensure that we advise our clients as to the use of that property and what we can actually build from them or for them. And as a result, we follow that all the way through in our building, do things the right way. So we follow the rules. And I'm quite disappointed, to be honest, that he wasn't shut down far earlier than now, because he's operating illegally right now. And if I was building homes illegally, I would be shut down immediately. So I just ask the council to consider that, the message that would be sending other local businesses in town. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments, Randy. Appreciate it. Crystal, are there any other members of the public that wish to comment on this?
Again, members of the public are reminded to use the raise hand button to indicate that they would like to address committee. And I see no further hands raised.
Okay, I will go to committee. Questions of committee? I'm seeing no questions of committee. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Stone and Mayor Teresiano. Moved by Councillor Stone and seconded by Mayor Teresiano. Is recommended the planning committee recommended council that zoning bylaw amendment Z36 2021 HT be denied. And the purpose and effect of which is to change zoning from rural residential zone to rural residential zone with an exception to permit transportation services for a taxi dispatch service only as an additional permitted use on the subject lands. Questions, Councillor Weed?
Thank you, Chair Fitzgerald. So my question is to staff, and I'm just wondering what the zoning would have to be where this taxi service would be allowed to operate. So, for example, what would the zoning be, and where would we find that zoning typically?
Yes, good question. So through you, Mr. Chair.
Absolutely.
Typically this would be in our commercial zones as of right permitted use. And it, as I noted in our report and in my update, it's either in employment lands, which include commercial or industrial lands, that this type of a use would be more appropriate.
Thanks.
Okay. I'll call the question. All in favor? And that's carried. Thank you, everyone. Okay, now that all comments have been received, I declare these public meetings respecting the above applications to be concluded. We will now move to the non-public portion of the meeting. The applicant or their agent wish to make comments regarding their application, please raise your hand after staff presentation. Okay. Richard.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So through you, the subject property is located at the intersection of Haynes Road and Center Street. I'm going to share my screen. The lands have an approximate area of 3.6 hectares and are bounded by Haynes Road to the north and Center Street to the west. Future Shea Road and Ott Drive extensions would ultimately comprise the southern and eastern boundaries. Once completed and assumed, these roads will establish the limits of development for this application, as well as a primary means of provision of access and servicing. Following assumption, the remaining lot will have an approximate area of 2.1 hectares. As noted in my report, Council approved extensions of Shea Road and Ott Drive in principle in April 2021. The lands are zoned mixed use for holding, with exceptions 0279 and 0280, and they're designated Eagle Ridge mixed use area in the official plan. There's a holding provision that applies to the lands, and it includes clauses to prevent development proceeding until council is satisfied that adequate provision of infrastructure is constructed or secured and the necessary development agreements have been entered into. So the site plan application is for the construction of a commercial development on that remnant 2.1 hectare lot that's created after the Shea Road extension and Ott Drive extension are assumed. The development will consist of 4 new commercial buildings totaling 4,203 meters squared in area. Building A would be 3,090.45 square meters, and it would be a food store or supermarket. Building B, which is just to the left, is 650.3 square meters, and it's a 4-unit retail building, including a 40-seat restaurant with a drive-through. Building C, which is here, is a 245.11 square meter building with 54-seat restaurant and a drive-through. And building D is a 216.68 square meter, 32-seat restaurant with drive-through. The official plan policies relating to the Eagle Ridge mixed-use area designation contemplate both multiple unit residential developments and a mix of commercial uses. The commercial development proposes uses that would be permitted in the Eagle Ridge mixed-use area, given permissions granted in the zoning bylaw. The proposed development is permitted within the mixed-use 4 holding exception 0279 and 0280 zone, and it maintains the applicable yard requirements. It meets or exceeds parking and landscaping requirements. In addition, all other applicable provisions of the bylaw appear to be met, except some minor but resolvable issues relating to outdoor refuse collection areas, as discussed in the report. Site plans submitted in support of this development may require revisions to address concerns respecting the proposed stormwater management scheme, and pending finalization of review by the town's operations department of the scheme, as well as MTO, Ministry of Transportation, review of this application, which is still ongoing. The ultimate alignment and design of Shea Road and Ott Drive extensions and associated infrastructure may also warrant future site plan drawing changes. The official plan development criteria pertaining to the mixed use designation Eagle Ridge area speak to encouraging development to provide walking and bicycle trails, linking it to the surrounding community, and the applicant will be asked to review opportunities with town staff, town operations staff, and include these as part of the development as appropriate. And we understand that there would be intersection improvements at Haynes and Center, and that there would be pedestrian crossings associated with that. And from what I understand, the developer is already considering what they can do to link up to that. The applicant has provided elevation drawings for building A, which is the supermarket, building B, which is the 4-unit commercial building with the restaurant on the side, building C, which is a restaurant with drive-through, and building D, which is another restaurant with drive-through. There's also a landscape plan that has been provided in relation to this application. Given the prominent location of this site, which exists on an elevated parcel of land, the landscape plans should consider measures to address the preservation of existing mature trees around the perimeter of the site, which, if you've driven by, you'll notice have been maintained on the property. So there is an opportunity to work with the developer on that. And we're also going to be looking for snow storage areas to be identified on the plans. District comments, which are contained in attachment 6 to the report, indicate no major concerns exist, but they did provide comments respecting provision of municipal water services for the applicant to consider. Comments have been received from the building department related to the showing hydrant locations on the site plan, and they are trying to ensure that hydrants, if there are any additional hydrants warranted, they can be shown on the plans as required in section 325 on the Ontario Building Code. And as I said earlier, MTO comments are forthcoming. Some site photos of what the site looks like today. And as I described earlier, you can see that the vegetation around the edge has been kept in place, and it's the hope that some of, through working with the applicant, that mature trees in this area can be targeted for preservation. The photo here shows the edge of a wetland that is going to be protected on site in perpetuity, and Shea Road extension would follow along that boundary. So those are the site photos. The application appears to conform with the official plan and be consistent with the provincial policy statement, and staff are recommending approval of the site plan application subject to conditions to address outstanding matters noted in the report and any requested revisions by relevant review agencies. So thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Richard. Appreciate that. Give the applicant or the representative an opportunity to speak to this if they'd like to do so.
The applicant or the representative are reminded to use the raise hand button to indicate they would like to address committee. And I do see one hand raised.
Let's bring them in. Thank you.
The host needs to let me open my video, it says. There we go. Good afternoon. John Gallagher, 24 Hibbard Road, Huntsville, P1H1C9. Also with me nearby is Jamie Chisholm, president of New Urban Retail. We're very excited about bringing this project to the committee today. We've been working with planning and other departments of the municipality, the district, and the MTO over approximately the last 9 months to come up with a plan for this site that's in conformity with the zoning that's on there. I think Richard explained the application quite well. I'll highlight a few items. With respect to the site, we are looking at a 20% coverage with buildings, whereas the zoning allows for 35%. We've met the parking standards for the municipality, which has provided a number of additional spots. We've also included some accessible spots in front of each of the buildings in close proximity to the front doors. With respect to the height of the buildings, main height is 8 meters, which is 3 meters less than what is permitted under the zoning bylaw for that zone. And I think one of the really important factors is, and you don't really see it on the landscape drawing that's attached to the agenda. There were 4 other blow-ups of that drawing as well. And there is a substantive amount of landscaping going for this project. And it represents a 375% increase over the permitted, or I should say, the minimum requirements under the bylaw. So currently you have a 5% requirement for landscape, and we're up to 17.8% with the landscape in this area. Richard is correct. There have been discussions ongoing with Public Works and the current owners of the land about looking at the intersection improvements at Haynes and Center, which would also include pedestrian crossings. And we were advised of trying to provide some linkage into that, which we definitely would. It's also my understanding that there's to be a separate sidewalk on the opposite side of Haynes Road along that frontage as well. The property itself was zoned for the use. It went through numerous process. The access or the loading zones are screened to the rear of the main building, and both from Center Street and from Haynes. So it will keep that tucked to the back of the building. We're excited to get moving on this project. You know, it's going to be within walking distance for a lot of residents now that have now that this area has been developed residentially in this area, and with the introduction of hopefully a Fairburn in the future, again, it will provide additional opportunities. The grocery retailer has outgrown their space where they are, and they're very excited about their commitment to staying in Huntsville and moving forward in this new location. I'd be glad to answer any questions should you have any, and I think Jamie's also nearby if there's something that I can address. Thank you.
You're muted.
Thanks, John. Questions, committee? Anyone? Councillor Stone.
Yeah, just a couple comments. So John mentioned substantial landscaping, 17%. From what I see today, it's woefully lacking. The land has been raped like old school construction, and I expected and hoped to see at least some revegetation. Leaving the trees, you know, on bordering this great big parking lot bothers me. And I think we can do better. I know that there's going to be the wetland kept. That's great. I hope that's not considered as part of 17% of the landscaping, but I just think it could be better.
Thank you. I think bring to Councillor Jones' attention that the area that's been cleared up there is not only this site, but it's the actual road itself and the adjacent property owned by Sanford Investments. So they've gone in and done the clearing there prior to my client securing this. I think what we do want to say is that with respect to any of the mature vegetation along the perimeter that's left, we're definitely trying to maintain that. Richard has spoken with Jamie about that, and Jamie's on board. You have to realize that we're dealing with a substantive grade change across the site. When you're in an urban setting, unfortunately, you see it throughout Ontario, across Canada for that matter, when you're dealing with these types of sites, there needs to be stormwater management services, water, sewer. The amount of parking that's required by us under the bylaw is quite extensive. And I think if I could offer any advice for future developments, I would seriously consider looking at the standards in the next community development permitting plan. I'll give an example of Leon's Furniture. Leon's Furniture could have had a lot of landscaping there. There's usually about 6 cars in that whole parking lot when the standard was about 80. And so, anytime we can reduce parking standards, we contribute positive towards dealing with climate change by not having hard surfaces. And for the most part, a lot of the spots do sit empty, and one only has to look at wintertime in places like Walmart or Independent to see how much extra parking is available for snow storage, etc.
Thanks, John. Councillor Weave.
Thank you, Chair Fitzgerald. I'm just wondering if staff or someone can highlight in a little more detail what's taking place in and around the wetland. So what are the distances there? How is the wetland? I mean, it doesn't really function as a wetland if it's all on its own. So how is it integrated into the environment that's around it? And how will this development truly affect the future of those areas?
Thank you, Councillor Weave. Oh, sorry, Chair, may I answer that?
Yes, you may, John.
Sorry, Chairman Weave, Councillor Weave, that was a good question. For a little more clarity, the wetland is actually situated beyond where the municipal road is going. So you'll have the wetland on the opposite side of the new road. You'll have the road, and then this development starts. On the south side of that wetland, again, there's quite a buffer, and I think that's where they're proposing the Fairburn site there. So as it relates to this site, we're bounded by the road. The wetland does not form part of this. Staff requested that we update the current environmental study, and that was provided for staff, even though one had been done a couple of years previous to that, and it was positive in that regard.
Thanks, John. Any other questions? Okay, I believe we have something to put up on the screen here. Julie. Okay, it is recommended that the director, I need a couple movers here. Who would like to move this? Councillor Armour and Mayor Terziano. Moved by Councillor Armour, seconded by Mayor Terziano. It's recommended the Director of Development Services approve site plan application SPA 134-2021 HTE, and that the agreement be prepared to the satisfaction of the town, and further that the mayor and clerk hereby authorized to sign any necessary documentation, conditional on all final plans, drawings, being to the satisfaction of the town and all their accommodating agencies. Shea Road, Ott Drive, and associated infrastructure works being completed to the satisfaction of the town of Huntsville and the District of Muskoka and assumed by the appropriate public authority. All in favor? And that is carried.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thanks, John. All right, I believe, Richard, you have a verbal update for us.
Yes, I wrote down my verbal update and I'm just trying to find it. So yes, it's on the community planning permit. So through you, Mr. Chair, the second draft of the bylaw is still being crafted. We have been working with the consultant on this and are refining the second draft as we speak. So we have it in hand, but we're still working on it with them. We anticipate being ready to release the second draft in the next few weeks and aim to have virtual public open house and meetings in late February, early March. And that's the update I have for you on that initiative.
Perfect. Thank you, Richard. Any questions regarding that update? I'm seeing none. Everyone saw the letter from the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing. Any questions or concerns about that? None. I would like to have a motion to adjourn. Can I have a couple of movers, please? Councillor Weeb and Mayor Terziano. Can I actually have a move motion, a motion up there, Julie? Because I don't have one here. We hear now due by adjourn at 5:26. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, everyone. Thanks for your patience. It was a long meeting.